Everything's backed up. Bad traffic jam on 5th. Tell me about it. The doors opened onto the roof, and Eve stepped out into a brisk, cooling wind that hadn't been able to find its way through the towering walls of buildings to the valley of the streets. She took a quick scan. Ceresa's office was built onto the roof, or, more accurately, into it. Slanted walls of treated glass formed a peak and would afford the CEO a 360-degree view of the city and people she loved to dish up in her paper. Through the glass, Eve could see the artwork, decor, and equipment designed for a top-flight office. And on the U-shaped lounging sofa, a man was stretched out with a compress on his forehead. If that's Rabbit, tell him to pull himself together and get out here to fill me in. And get anyone who isn't essential off this roof. Clear that crowd off the streets. If she goes off, we don't need her squashing bystanders. I just don't have the manpower, the guard began. Get Rabbit out here, she repeated, and called Cop Central. Peabody, I've got a situation. I heard. What do you need? Get down here. Send a crowd dispersal unit to move these people off the street. Bring me all available data on Cerise Devane. See if Feeney can put a freeze on her links, home, personal, and portable, for the last 24 hours. Make it snappy. Done, Peabody responded, and broke transmission. She turned as the guard all but carried a young man across to her. Rabbit's company tie was loose. His stylishly shaped hair was mussed and matted. His hands, neatly manicured, shook. Tell me exactly what happened, she snapped. Make it fast and make it clear. You can fall apart when I'm finished with you. She just walked out of the office. His voice hitched and dipped, and he sagged weakly against the supporting arm of the guard. She looked so happy. She was almost dancing. She'd taken off her clothes. She'd taken them off. Eve cocked a brow. At the moment, Rabbit seemed more shocked by his boss's sudden whim for exhibitionism than the possibility of her death. What led up to it? I don't know. I swear. I have no idea. She'd wanted me to come in early, about 8. She was upset over one of the lawsuits. We're always getting sued. She was smoking and gulping coffee and pacing. Then she sent me out to light a fire under legal and said she was going to take a few minutes to relax and level out. He stopped, covered his face with his hands. 15 minutes later, she walked out smiling and nude. I was so stunned, I just sat there. His teeth began to chatter. I've never even seen her without her shoes. Being naked's not her big problem now, Eve pointed out. Did she speak to you? Say anything? I was so stunned, you see. I said something like, Ms. Devane, what are you doing? Is something wrong? And she just laughed. She said it was perfect. She had it all figured out now, and everything was wonderful. She was going to sit out on the ledge a while before she jumped. I thought she was joking, and I was nervous, so I laughed a little. His eyes were stricken. I laughed, and then I saw her go to the edge of the roof. Jesus! She just popped over the side. I thought she'd jumped, and I ran out and over. There she was, sitting on the ledge, swinging her legs and humming. I asked her please to come back up before she lost her balance. She just laughed, spritzed a little of the spray at me, and told me she'd just found her balance and to go away like a good boy. She get any calls? Make any? No. He wiped his mouth. Any transmissions would have gone through my unit. She's going to jump, I tell you. She leaned over while I was watching, nearly went over then, and she said what a nice trip it was going to be. She's going to jump. We'll see about that. Stay available. Eve turned away. The company shrink was easy enough to spot. He was dressed in a knee-length white smock and black pipe-stem pants. His comforting gray hair was twisted into a neat queue, and he was leaning over the edge of the roof, his posture transmitting anxiety. Even as Eve started toward him, she swore. She heard the whirl of flybys, then cursed the media again as she spotted the first air van. Channel 75, naturally, she mused. Nadine First was always first out of the gate. The shrink straightened, smoothed down his smock for the cameras. Eve decided she was going to detest him. "Doctor?" She held up her badge and noticed the undisguised excitement in his eyes. All Eve could think was, a company the size and strength of Tatler could afford better. "Lieutenant, I believe I'm making some progress with the subject." "She's still on the ledge, isn't she?" Eve pointed out, and brushed past him to lean over. "Cerise?" "More company?" Sleek and pretty, skin the color of blushing rose petals, her well-toned legs swinging merrily, Cerise looked up. Her hair was jet black, its carefully groomed waves blowing in the breeze. She had a foxy, intelligent face and sharp green eyes. Just now, those eyes were soft and dreamy. "Why, it's Eve, isn't it? Eve Dallas, the new bride. Lovely wedding, by the way. Really, the social event of the year. We moved thousands of units with our coverage." "Good for you." "You know, I had research and data search busting butt to try to get the honeymoon itinerary. I don't think anybody but Rourke could have managed a full media blackout." She wagged her finger playfully, and her perky breasts swayed. "You could have shared, just a little. The public's dying to know." She giggled at that, shifted, and nearly overbalanced. "We're all dying to know. Whoops! Not yet. Too much fun. Don't want to rush it." Straightening, she waved at the air vans. "Usually I hate the damn visual media. Can't think why just now. I love everybody." She shouted the last, tossing her arms wide. "That's nice, Cerise. Why don't you come back up for a minute? I'll give you some data on the honeymoon. Exclusive." Cerise smiled slyly. The refusal was playful again, almost a giggle. "Why don't you come down and join me? You can go with me. I'm telling you, it's the ultimate." "Now, Miss Devane," the shrink began, "all of us have moments of despair. I understand. I'm with you. I hear your sorrow." "Oh, stuff it." Cerise brushed him back with a gesture. "I'm talking to Eve. Come on down, sweetie, but not too close." She shook the spray and giggled. "Come on and join the party." "Lieutenant, I don't recommend that you—" "Shut up and go wait for my aide," Eve told him as she swung a leg over the steel safety wall, lowered herself over the edge. The wind didn't seem quite so pleasant when she was dangling 70 stories over the street, nudged on a steel ledge barely 2 feet wide. Here it buffeted and swirled, aided by the backwash from the air vans. It plucked at the clothes and slapped the skin. She ordered her heart to stop jumping and pressed her back to the building. "Isn't it beautiful?" Cerise sighed. "I'd love to have some wine now, wouldn't you?" "No, a big flute of champagne. Rourke's Reserve 47 would go down smooth right now." "I think we've got a case at home. Let's go open one." Cerise laughed, turned her head, and smiled hugely. And it was the smile, Eve realized, as her heart lurched again, she'd seen on the face of a young man hanging from a homemade noose. "I'm already drunk on happiness." "If you're happy, why are you sitting naked on a ledge considering taking the last leap?" "That's what makes me happy." "I don't know why you don't understand." Cerise lifted her face to the sky, closed her eyes. Eve risked shifting a few inches closer. "I don't know why everyone doesn't understand. It's so beautiful, so thrilling. It's everything." "Cerise, you go off this ledge. It's nothing. It's over." "No, no, no!" She opened her eyes again, and they were glazed. "It's just the beginning, don't you see? Oh, we're all so blind." "Whatever's wrong can be fixed. I know." Carefully, Eve laid a hand on Cerise's. She didn't grip, didn't want to risk it. Surviving's what counts. You can change things, make things better, but you have to survive to do it. "Do you know how much work that is? And what's the point when there's so much pleasure just waiting? I feel so good." "Don't!" Chuckling, Cerise aimed the spray at Eve's face. "Don't spoil it now. I'm having such a nice time." You have people who are worried about you. You have family, Cerise, who love you. Eve strained to remember. Was there a child, a spouse, parents? If you do this, you'll hurt them. Only until they understand. The time's coming when everyone will understand. It's going to be better then, beautiful then. She looked dreamily into Eve's eyes, that beaming and terrifying smile on her lips. Come with me. She grabbed Eve's hand, clutched. It's going to be wonderful. You only have to let go. Sweat snaked a line down Eve's back. The woman's grip was like a vice, and a struggle for freedom could doom them both. She forced herself not to resist, to ignore the twisting wind and the hum of the air vans documenting every movement. I don't want to die, Cerise, she said calmly. And neither do you. Self-termination is for cowards. No! It's for explorers! But suit yourself. Cerise patted Eve's hand, released it, and gave a long, trilling laugh to the wind. Oh, God, I'm so happy, she said, and throwing her arms wide, leaned forward into space. Instinctively, Eve grabbed. She nearly lost her perch as her fingertips brushed the trim line of Cerise's hip. She banged onto her side, fought the roll forward as wind and space pulled at her. Gravity worked fast, mercilessly. Eve stared down into that wildly smiling face until it was only a blur. Jesus God. Oh, Jesus God. Dizzy with reaction, she pulled herself up, leaned her head back, shut her eyes. Screams and shouts rained on her, and the air displaced by the media van coming in for a close-up struck her cheeks. Lieutenant! Dallas! The voice was like a bee buzzing in her ears, and Eve simply shook her head. On the roof, Peabody stared down and fought against the nausea rising into her throat. All she could see now was that Eve was pressed on the ledge, white as a sheet, and one careful move would send her after the woman she'd tried to save. Taking a deep breath, Peabody trained her voice to sharp professional tones. Lieutenant Dallas, you're needed here. I require your recorder for a full report. I hear you, Eve said wearily. Keeping her eyes straight ahead, she reached behind to grip the edge of the roof. As a hand locked over hers, she got to her feet. Turning her back to the fall, she looked dead into Peabody's eyes, read the fear. The last time I thought about jumping, I was 8. Though her legs shook a bit, she swung back onto the roof. I won't go that way. Jesus, Dallas. Forgetting herself for a moment, Peabody gave Eve a hard hug. You scared the hell out of me. I thought she was going to pull you off. So did I. She didn't. Get a grip here, Peabody. The press is having a field day. Sorry. Peabody pulled back, coloring a bit. Sorry. No problem. Eve looked over to where the shrink was standing at the edge, one hand to his heart in a pose for the busy cameras. Asshole, she muttered. She dug her hands into her pockets. She needed a minute, just another minute, to settle. I couldn't stop her, Peabody. I couldn't find the right button to push. Sometimes there isn't one. There was one that switched her on to this, Eve said quietly. There had to be one to switch her off. I'm sorry, Dallas. You knew her. Not really. Just one of the people who walk past a corner of your life. She pushed it away, had to push it away. Death, however it came, always left responsibilities. Let's see what we can do here. Did you tag Feeney? Affirmative. He locked on her links from EDD and said he would head over personally. I downloaded data on the subject, didn't take time to scan it. They walked toward the office. Through the glass, Rabbit could be seen sitting with his head between his knees. Do me a favor, Peabody. Pass that limp rag off to a uniform for a formal statement. I don't want to deal with him right now. I want her office secured. Let's see if we can figure out what the hell she was doing that set her off. Peabody marched in, had Rabbit up and out with uniform in seconds. With wicked efficiency, she cleared the room, sealed the outer doors. It's all ours, sir. Haven't I told you not to call me sir? Yes, sir, Peabody said with a smile she hoped would lift the heavy mood. There's a smart-ass lurking under that uniform. Eve blew out a breath. Recorder on, Peabody. Already on. Okay, here she is. She's in early, pissed off. Rabbit says she was hyped about some litigation. Get data on that. As she spoke, Eve wandered the room, absorbing details. Sculptures, mostly mythological figures in bronze. Very stylized. Deep blue carpet to match the sky. The desk in rose tones with a mirror gloss. Office equipment, sleek and modern and tinted that same flowery shade. A huge copper urn exploded with exotic blooms, and Eve noticed a pair of potted trees. She crossed to the computer, took her master pass out of her field kit, and called for the last use report. Last use, 8:10 a.m. Call for file number 3732-L, legal. Custler versus Tatler Enterprises. That'd be the lawsuit she was pissed about, Eve concluded. Jibes with Rabbit's earlier statement. She glanced down at a marble ashtray loaded with a half-dozen cigarette butts. Using tweezers, she picked one up, examined it. Caribbean tobacco. Web filter. Pricey. Bag these. You think they might be laced with something? She was laced with something. Her eyes were wrong. She wouldn't forget them, Eve knew, for a long, long time. We can hope there's enough left of her for a tox report. Take a sample of those coffee dregs, too. But Eve didn't think they would find what she was looking for in the tobacco or the coffee. There had been no chemical trace in any of the other suicides. Her eyes were wrong, Eve repeated, and her smile. I've seen that smile before, Peabody. A couple of times now. As she tucked the evidence bags away, Peabody glanced up. You think this is connected with the others? I think Cerise Devane was a successful, ambitious woman, and we'll go through procedure, but I'm willing to lay odds we won't find a motive for self-termination. She sends Rabbit out, Eve continued, pacing the office. Annoyed by the constant hum, she glanced up, scowled at the air van, still hovering. See if you can find the privacy shields. I'm tired of those jerks. A pleasure. Peabody hunted up the control panel. I thought I saw Nadine first in one of them. The way she was leaning out, it was a good thing she was wearing a harness. She might have ended up as the lead on her own newscast. At least she'll get it right, Eve said half to herself, and nodded when the privacy shields slid into place and closed off the glass. Good. Lights, she ordered, and brought the brightness back up. She wanted to relax, level herself off for the rest of the day. Eve poked into a cold box, found soft drinks, fruit, wine. One of the wine bottles had been opened and air-sealed, but there was no glass to indicate Cerise had started drinking early. And it wasn't a couple of belts that had put that look in her eyes, Eve mused. In the adjoining bath, complete with whirlpool, personal sauna, and mood-enhancer tube, she found a cupboard filled with soothers and tranks and legalized lifters. A big believer in chemical assistance, our Cerise, she commented. Take them in for testing. Jesus, she's got her own pharmacy. The mood tube's set on concentration mode, and the last use was yesterday morning. She didn't take a spin this morning. So what does she do to relax? Eve stepped into an adjoining room, which was a small sitting room, she noted, complete with full entertainment unit, sleep chair, serving droid. A lovely sage-green suit was neatly folded on a small table. Matching shoes stood on the floor under it. Jewelry, a heavy linked gold chain, complicated twists of earrings, a slim bracelet watch recorder, had been slipped tidily in a glass bowl. She undressed in here. Why? What was the point? Some people relax better without the confines of clothes, Peabody said, then flushed when Eve cast a considering glance over her shoulder. I've heard. Yeah, maybe. But it doesn't suit her. She was a real put-together woman. Her assistant told me he'd never even seen her without shoes, and suddenly she's a closet nudist? I don't think so. Her gaze landed on the VR goggles on the arm of the sleep chair. Maybe she took a trip after all, Eve murmured. She's frazzled, wants to smooth the edges. So she comes in here, stretches out, programs something, and takes a little ride. Eve sat, picked up the goggles. VR goggles, she mused. Fitzhugh and Matthias had taken trips before death as well. I'm going to see where she went and when. If I appear to have any suicidal urges after I'm done, or decide I can relax better without the confines of my clothes, you're ordered to knock me cold. Without hesitation, sir. Eve cocked a brow. But you're not expected to enjoy it. I'd hate every minute of it, Peabody promised, and folded her hands. With a weak laugh, Eve slipped the goggles on. Display log, she ordered. Bullseye. She went VR at 8:17 this morning. Dallas, if that's the case, maybe you shouldn't do this. We can take it in and test it under controlled conditions. You're my control, Peabody. If I look too happy to live shortly, zap me. Replay last run program, Eve ordered, and settled back. Jesus! She hissed it out as two young studs walked toward her. Dressed only in strips of glossy black leather studded with silver, they were oiled, muscled, and fully aroused. Her environment was now a white room, mostly bed, and there was satin under her naked body. Gauze draped overhead to filter the candlelight from a soaring chandelier of glittery crystal. Music, something low and pagan, throbbed on the air. She was draped over a mountain of feather pillows, and as she started to shift, the first young god straddled her. "Hey, listen, pal. For your pleasure only, mistress," he crooned, and rubbed her breasts with scented oil. This is a bad idea, she thought, as little involuntary shivers of pleasure centered in her gut. Oil was slicked over her stomach, her thighs, down her legs to her toes. She could understand how the current situation could make a woman strip and smile, but not how it could drive her to suicide. Stick it out, she ordered herself, and turned her mind to something else. She thought of the report she needed to give her commander, of unexplained shadows on the brain. Teeth closed delicately over her nipple. A tongue slid wetly over the captured point. She arched in reaction, but the hand she shot out in protest slipped off a taut, oil-slicked shoulder. Then the second stud knelt between her legs and went to work on her with his mouth. She came before she could stop herself, a small pop of release. Panting, she ripped the goggles off and found Peabody gaping at her. "It wasn't a walk on a quiet beach," Eve managed. "I could see that. What was it exactly?" "A couple of mostly naked guys in a big satin bed." She blew out a breath, set the goggles down. Who'd have thought she relaxed with sex fantasies? Lieutenant, sir, as your aide, I believe it's my responsibility to test that unit for evidence control." Eve tucked her tongue in her cheek. "Peabody, I couldn't let you take that kind of risk." "I'm a cop, sir. Risk is my life." Eve rose, held out the goggles as Peabody's eyes lit. "Bag it, officer." Deflated, Peabody dumped the goggles into a seal. Hell. Were they good-looking? Peabody, they were gods. She stepped back into the office proper, gave it one more scan. "I'm going to order in sweepers, but I don't think they'll find anything. I'll take the disk you downloaded into Central, contact next of kin, though the media will already have this all over the fucking airwaves." She hitched up her field kit. "I don't feel at all suicidal." "I'm relieved to hear it, Lieutenant." Still, Eve frowned at the goggles. "How long was I riding that? 5 minutes?" "Nearly 20. Peabody gave a sour smile. "Time flies when you're having sex." "I wasn't having sex." Guilt had her worrying her wedding ring. "Exactly. If there'd been something in that program, I should have felt it. So that looks like a dead end. Have it analyzed anyway." "Will do." "You wait for Feeney. Maybe he'll find something interesting on her link logs. I'm going to go grovel to the commander. When you finish here, deliver the bags to the lab, then report to my office." Eve started for the door, tossed a look over her shoulder. "And Peabody?" No playing with the evidence. Spoil sport, she muttered when Eve was out of earshot. Chapter 12. Commander Whitney sat behind his massive, well-organized desk and listened. He appreciated the fact that his lieutenant delivered a clean and concise report, and he admired that she could omit certain details without a flicker. A good cop had to stand cool under fire. Eve Dallas, he was pleased to know, was ice. "You had the autopsy data on Fitzhugh analyzed outside the department." "Yes, sir." She didn't blink. The analysis required more sophisticated equipment than NYPSD currently has access to. "And you had access to this more sophisticated equipment?" "I was able to gain access." "And run the analysis?" he asked, quirking a brow. "Computer science is not your strong suit, Dallas." She looked him dead in the eye. "I've been working on improving my skills in that area, Commander." He doubted that, sincerely. "Subsequently, you gained entry to the files at the Government Security Center, and there, confidential reports fell into your hands." "That's correct. I don't wish to reveal my source." "Your source?" he repeated. "Are you telling me you have a weasel at GSC?" "There are weasels everywhere," Eve said coolly. "That might fly," he murmured. "Or you might find yourself facing a subcommittee back in East Washington." Eve's stomach shimmied, but her voice stayed steady. "I'm prepared for that." "You'd better be." Whitney sat back, steepled his hands, tapped his fingertips against his chin. "The case on the Olympus resort. You also accessed data there. That's quite a bit out of your jurisdiction, Lieutenant." "I was on scene during that incident, and I reported my findings to interspace authorities." "Who then took over the disposition of the matter," Whitney added. "I'm authorized to request data when an outside case relates to one of mine, Commander." "That's yet to be substantiated." "The data's necessary for me to substantiate the connection." "That would hold, Dallas, if there was a homicide." "I believe there are 4 of them, including Cerise Devane." "Dallas, I've just viewed the recording of that incident. I saw a cop and a jumper on a ledge, the cop attempting to talk the subject in, and the subject choosing the leap. She was not pushed, she was not coerced, she was not threatened in any way." "It's my professional opinion that she was coerced." "How?" "I don't know." And for the first time, frustration leaked through. "But I'm sure, dead sure, that if they had enough of her brain to scrape up off the street for analysis, they'd find that same burn on the frontal lobe. I know it, Commander. I just don't know how it's getting there." She waited a beat. Or being put there. His eyes flickered. "Are you theorizing that someone is influencing certain individuals to self-termination through some sort of brain implant?" "I can't find any genetic link among the subjects. No social group, education sphere, or religious affiliation. They didn't grow up in the same town, they didn't drink the same water, attend the same health clubs or centers, but they all had the same flaw in the brain. That's beyond coincidence, Commander. It was caused. And if by being caused it coerced those people to end their lives, then it's murder. And it's mine." "You're walking a thin wire, Dallas," Whitney said after a moment. "The dead have families, and the families want this put away. Your continued investigation extends the grieving process." "I'm sorry for that." "It's also raising questions from the tower," he added, referring to the Chief of Police and Security. "I'm willing to present my report to Chief Tibble, if directed." But she hoped she wouldn't be. "I'll stand on my record, Commander. I'm not a rookie playing terrier with a dead case." "Even experienced cops overfocus, make mistakes." "Then let me make them." She shook her head before he could speak. "I was on that ledge today, Commander. I looked at her face, into her eyes when she went off. And I know." He folded his hands on the edge of the desk. Administration was always a struggle in compromise. He had other cases, and he needed her on them. The budget was thin, and there was never enough time or manpower. I can give you a week, no more. If you don't have the right answers by then, you close the files. She drew a breath. And the chief? I'll speak with him personally. Get me something, Dallas, or be prepared to move on. Thank you, sir. Dismissed, he said, then added when she reached the door. Oh, and Dallas, if you're going to step outside the official sphere for research, watch your step. And give my best to your husband. She colored slightly. He'd pinned her source, and they both knew it. She mumbled something and escaped. Dodged that stun stream, she thought, and dragged a hand through her hair. Then, with an oath, she dashed toward the nearest downglide. She was going to be late for court. She was approaching the end of her shift when she made it back to her office and found Peabody settled at the desk, a cup of coffee in her hand. Eve leaned against the door jamb. Comfortable, officer? Peabody jerked, sloshed a little coffee, cleared her throat. I didn't know your ETA. Apparently. Something wrong with your unit? No. No, sir. I thought it more efficient to enter the new data directly into yours. That's a good story, Peabody. You stick with it. Eve walked to her auto chef and programmed coffee for herself. It was Rourke's blend, rather than the poison served in the bullpen area, which explained Peabody cozying up at her superior's desk. What new data? Captain Feeney pulled all communications on Devane's links. Doesn't appear to be anything that relates, but it's all here. We have her personal date book with all appointments and the most current data from her last health exam. She have any problems there? Not a one. She was a tobacco addict, registered, and took regular anti-cancer injections. She had no sign of disease, physical, emotional, or mental. Tended towards stress and overwork, which was counteracted with soothers and tranks. She was cohabitating, happily by all reports. Her partner is currently off-planet. You have the name of next of kin, her son from a previous partnership. Yeah, I contacted him. He's based at the Tatler offices in New L.A. He's coming in. Eve angled her head. Comfortable, Peabody? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. She got up quickly from behind the desk and resettled in the ratty chair beside it. You're meeting with the commander? We've got a week, Eve said briskly as she sat. Let's make the most of it. ME report on Devane? Not yet available. Eve turned to her link. Let's see if we can give him a little shove. By the time she got home, she was staggering. She'd missed dinner, which she thought was just as well since she'd ended the day at the morgue viewing what was left of Cerise Devane. Even the stomach of a veteran cop could turn. And she would get nothing there, nothing at all. She doubted even Rourke's equipment could reconstruct enough of Devane to be of any help. She walked in, nearly tripped over the cat who was stretched at the threshold, and drummed up the energy to bend down and lift him. He studied her, annoyance gleaming in his bicolored eyes. You wouldn't get kicked, pal, if you draped your fat ass somewhere else. Lieutenant. She shifted the cat, looked over at Somerset, who, as usual, had appeared out of nowhere. Yeah, I'm late, she snapped. Give me a demerit. He didn't add his normal withering remark. He had seen the clips on the news channel, and he had watched her on the ledge. He had seen her face. You'll want dinner? No, I don't. She wanted bed and headed for the stairs. Lieutenant! He waited for her bad-tempered oath, waited until she'd turned her head to scowl at him. A woman who steps out on a ledge is either very brave or very stupid. The scowl turned into a sneer. I don't have to ask what category you put me in. No, you don't. He watched her climb up and thought her courage was terrifying. The bedroom was empty. She told herself she'd run a house scan for Rourke's location in just a minute, then fell face down on the bed. Galahad wiggled out of the crook of her arm and climbed onto her butt to circle and knead his way to comfort. Rourke found her there, minutes later, sprawled out in exhaustion, a sausage-shaped cat guarding her flank. He simply studied her for a while. He, too, had seen the news clips. They had paralyzed him, dried the saliva in his mouth, and turned his bowels to water. He knew how often she faced death, others, and her own, and told himself he accepted it. But that morning he had watched, helpless, while she teetered on the brink. He'd looked into her eyes, seen the grit and the fear, and he had suffered. Now she was here, home, a woman with more bone and muscle than curves, with hair that badly needed tending and boots worn out at the heels. He walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and laid a hand over the one curled loosely on the spread. "I'm just getting my second wind," she murmured. "I can see that. We'll go dancing in a minute." She managed to chuckle. "Can you move that boulder off my butt?" Obligingly, Rourke picked up Galahad, smoothed the ruffled fur. "You've had quite a day, Lieutenant. The media's been full of you." She rolled over, but kept her eyes shut a minute longer. "I'm glad I missed it." "You know about Cerise, then?" "Yes, I had Channel 75 on while I was preparing for my first meeting this morning. I caught it all live." She heard the strain in his voice and opened her eyes. "Sorry." "You'll say you were doing your job." He set the cat aside and brushed the hair back from Eve's cheek. "But it was above and beyond, Eve. She could have taken you with her." "I wasn't ready to go." She cupped a hand over the one he held to her cheek. "I had a flash when I was up there. Memory flash of when I was a kid, standing at the window of some filthy flop he'd booked us into. I thought about jumping, then. Just getting it the hell over with. I wasn't ready to go. I'm still not." Galahad climbed out of Rourke's lap and stretched his bulk over Eve's belly. It made Rourke smile. "Looks like we both intend to keep you here for a while. What have you eaten today?" She pursed her lips. "Is this a quiz?" "Nothing to speak of," he decided. "Food's not high on my list right now. I've just come from the morgue. Contact with concrete after 70-story flights does unattractive things to flesh and bone. I don't imagine there was enough to scan for comparison with the others." Despite the grisly image, she grinned, sat up, and gave him a quick, loud kiss. "You're queued up, Rourke." "That's one of the things I like best about you." "I thought it was my body." "That's right up on the list," she told him as he rose and went over to the recessed auto chef. "No, there isn't going to be enough, but there has to be a connection. You see it, don't you?" He waited until the protein drink he'd ordered came through. Cerise was an intelligent, sensible, and driven woman. She was often selfish, continually vain, and could be an enormous pain in the ass. He came back to the bed, held out the glass. She wasn't the type to jump off the roof of her own building and let the visual media scoop her own organization. "I'll add that to my data." She frowned at the creamy, mint-colored drink in her hand. "What is this?" "Nutrition. Drink it." He tipped it up to her lips. "All?" She took the first sip out of self-defense, decided it wasn't altogether hideous, and gulped it down. "There. Feel better now?" "Yes." "Did Whitney give you room to pursue?" "I've got a week, and he knows I've been using your facilities. He's pretending he doesn't." She set the glass aside, started to stretch back out, then remembered. "We were supposed to watch videos, eat popcorn, and neck." "You stood me up." He tugged on her hair. "I'll have to divorce you." "God, you're strict." Suddenly nervous, she rubbed her hands together. "While you're in that mode, I guess I'd better come clean." "Oh, were you out necking with someone else?" "Not exactly." "I beg your pardon. You want a drink? We've got some wine up here, don't we?" She started to get off the bed, but she wasn't at all surprised to have his hand snake out and grip her arm. "Clarify." "I'm going to. I just think it might go down better with some wine, okay?" She tried a smile, but knew it fell far short of charming when he met it with a long, steely stare. His grip loosened enough for her to scoot up and hurry over to the bedroom cold box. She took her time pouring it, and kept her distance as she began. Peabody and I were doing the first sweep of Devane's office and quarters. She has a relaxation room. I'm aware of that. Sure you are. She took a sip first to fortify her for confession before she crossed back. Anyway, I noticed she had VR goggles on the arm of her sleep chair. Matthias had been on VR before he hanged himself. Fitzhugh liked to use VR. It's a slim link, but I figured it was better than no link. Over 90% of the population of this country has at least one VR per household, Rourke pointed out, eyes still narrowed on her face. Yeah, but you have to start somewhere. This is a brain flaw. VR links to the brain as well as the senses. It occurred to me that if there was a defect, intentional or accidental, in the goggles, it might have caused the suicidal urge. He nodded slowly. All right, I follow that. So I tried her set. Wait. He held up a hand. You suspected the goggles were a contributor to her death, so you merrily put them on yourself. Are you out of your mind? Peabody was there as control, with orders to stun me if necessary. Well, then. Disgusted, he flung up a hand. That's just fine. That's perfectly reasonable, then. She'd knock you unconscious before you jumped off the roof. There you are. She sat down beside him, handed him his glass. I checked the last use log. She'd gone VR minutes before she walked out and onto that ledge. I was sure I was going to find something in whatever program she'd been on. She paused to scratch the back of her neck. You know, I figured it would be some relaxation program. Maybe a meditation run, your standard sea cruise or a country meadow. I take it wasn't? No, it wasn't. It was, a fantasy run. You know, a sexual fantasy. Intrigued now, he folded his legs under him, cocked his head. His mouth remained sober, his Irish blue eyes bland. Was it really? He took a casual sip of wine before setting the glass aside. And consisted of? Well, there were these guys. Plural. Just two? She could feel the heat rising up to her throat and detested it. It was an official investigation. Were you naked? Jesus, Rourke, I believe it's a perfectly reasonable question. Maybe for a minute, okay. It was the program, and I had to test the program, and it wasn't my fault these guys were all over me, and I aborted it before, well, almost before. She stumbled to a guilty halt and saw with shock that he was grinning at her. You think it's funny? Bunching her fist, she punched him in the shoulder. I've been feeling like slime all day, and you think it's funny. Before what? He asked, nipping the glass out of her hand before she could upend it over his head. He set it down beside his own. You aborted the program almost before what, precisely? Her eyes went to slits. They were great. I'm getting a copy of the program for my personal use. I won't need you anymore because I've got a couple of love slaves. Wanna bet? He pushed her back on the bed, wrestled with her, and managed to get her shirt over her head. Cut it out! I don't want you! My love slaves keep me satisfied. She flipped him, nearly had him pinned when his mouth closed over her breast, and his hand slid neatly down to cup her over the thin wool snug at her crotch. Heat speared through her like lightning. Damn it! She gasped out a breath. I'm just pretending to enjoy this. Okay. He tugged the slacks over her hips, then skinned his fingertips over her. She was already wet, luring him in. His teeth closed over her nipple, tugged just as he nudged her to peek. It wasn't a gentle pop this time. The orgasm came in one hard, fast wave that swamped her, drowned her, then tossed her helplessly over the next crest. She moaned out his name. It was always his name. But when she reached for him, he cuffed her wrists, drew her arms over her head. No. His own breathing was uneven and thick as he stared down at her. Just take it. Take me. He slipped inside her slowly, inch by inch, watching her eyes go blind and dark as he moved. Clamping down on the urge to ravish, to answer the sudden wild pistoning of her hips, he let her drive herself over the next edge. And when she was limp and her breathing in tatters, he shifted to long, steady strokes. "Take more," he murmured, swallowing her groans, holding her captive, hands, mouth, loins, and more. Her system was overloaded, scrambled like her pulse. Her body was under siege, her sex so sensitized the wild pleasure was akin to pain. And still he moved slowly, lazily. "I can't," she managed, and her head whipsawed even as her hips arched for more. "It's too much." "Let go, Eve." He was holding on to control by his fingernails. "Once more." He didn't let himself fall until she did. Her head was still spinning when she managed to push herself up on her elbows. Amazingly, they were both still half-dressed and on top of the spread. From the corner of the bed, Galahad sat watching her with feline disgust. Or maybe it was envy. Rourke had rolled over on his back and had what could only be interpreted as a smug smile on his lips. "I guess that flexed your testosterone." His smile spread wider. She jabbed a finger into his ribs. "If that was to punish me, you missed the target." Now he opened his eyes, and they were filled with warm amusement. "Darling Eve, did you really think I'd consider your little adventure some sort of virtual adultery?" She pouted a little. However ridiculous it was, she was miffed that he wasn't at all jealous. "Maybe." With a long sigh, he sat up, set his hands on her shoulders. "You can indulge in fantasy professionally or personally. I'm not your keeper." "It doesn't bother you?" "Not in the least." He gave her a friendly kiss, then caught her chin firmly in his hand. "Try it in the flesh, even once, and I'll have to kill you." Her pupils widened, and foolishly her heart gave a pleased little leap. "Oh, well, that's fair." "That's fact," he said simply. "Now that we have that straightened out, you should get some sleep." "I'm not tired any more." She tugged her slacks back over her hips and made him sigh again. "I suppose that means you want to work. If I could use your system just for a couple of hours, I could get a jump on my legwork tomorrow." Resigned, he pulled on his own slacks. "Let's go, then." "Thanks." She tucked her hand in his companionably as they walked toward the private elevator. "Rourke, you wouldn't really kill me, would you?" "Oh, yes, I would." Smiling easily, he nudged her into the car. "But, given our relationship, I would trouble to do so quickly, and with as little pain as possible." She shot him a glance. "Then I'll have to say, same goes." "Naturally. East Wing, 3rd level," he ordered, and gave her hand a companionable squeeze. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Chapter 13. For the next few days, Eve beat her head against the wall of every dead end. When she needed a change of pace to clear her mind, she beat Peabody's head against the wall. She hounded Feeney to eke out whatever free time he could to find her something, anything. She gritted her teeth when other cases landed on her desk, and she worked overtime. When the lab boys dragged their feet, she hopped on their backs and rode them mercilessly. It got to the point that the lab began to dodge her communications. To combat that, she hauled Peabody down to the lab for a little face-to-face persuasion. "Don't try to sell me that SOS about backup, Dickie." Dickie Berensky, privately known as Dickhead, looked pained. As chief lab tech, he should have been able to delegate a half-dozen drones to ward off a personal confrontation with an irate detective, but every one of them had deserted him. Heads would roll, he thought, and sighed. "What do you mean, SOS?" "Same old shit, Dickie. It's always SOS with you." He scowled, but decided to make the acronym his own. "Listen, Dallas, I got you the breakdown on all the over-the-counters, didn't I? Flagged them personally as a favor." Favor my ass! I bribed you with box seats for the arena ball playoffs. His face went prim. I assumed that was a gift. And I'm not bribing you again. She jabbed a finger into his puny chest. What's the deal with the VR goggles? Why haven't I got your report? Because I haven't found anything to report. It's a hot program, Dallas. His eyebrows did a little suggestive dance. But it was clean, no defects. So are all the other options on that unit, clean and up to code. Better than, he added, his voice whining faintly. We should have so good. I had Sheila take the whole unit apart and put it back together. Damn fine equipment, top of the line, higher than top. The technology's off the scale, but that's to be expected. It's a Rourke product. She broke off, struggling not to show her surprise or distress at this new tidbit of information. Which plant manufactures it? Hell, Sheila's got that data. Off-planet, I'm pretty sure. Cheaper labor. And that baby was right off the ship. Hasn't been on the open market more than a month. Her stomach had clutched and tightened further. But it's not defective. Nope, it's a real honey. I've already put in for one of my own. He wiggled his brows hopefully. Of course, you could probably get me a unit at cost. You get me the report now, every single detail, and release the unit to me, and I'll think about it. It's Sheila's flex day, he whined, his mouth stretching down in a search for pity. She'll have the report finished up and on your desk by noon tomorrow. Now, Dickie. A good cop knew her quarry's weaknesses. And I'll see about making you a gift of your own unit. Well, in that case, hang for 10. Cheery now, he hurried over to a computer bank tucked in one of the cubbyholes in the lab's beehive. Dallas, one of those units probably goes for $2,000. Base! Peabody stared after Dickie in disgust. You overbribed him. I want that report. Eve imagined that Rourke had a case of the units somewhere for promotional giveaways. Giveaways, she thought with a sick roll in her stomach. To politicians, employees, prominent citizens? I'm down to 3 days, and nothing. I won't be able to waltz Whitney toward an extension. She looked back over as Dickie pushed out of the cubicle. Sheila had it almost nailed down. He offered a sealed disc and a hard copy. Look at this. This is a CompuGraph of the VR pattern for the last program. Sheila's highlighted a couple of blips. What do you mean, blips? Eve snatched the page and studied what appeared to be a series of lightning bolts and swirls. Can't say for certain. Probably the subliminal relaxation, or in this case, sub-stimulation option. Some of the newer units are offering several extended subliminal packages. You can see these shadow the program, slide in every few seconds. Suggestions? She felt her energy surge. You mean the program was fitted with subliminal suggestions to the user? Common enough practice. It's been used for habit breaking, sexual enhancement, mind expanding, and so on for decades. My old man quit tobacco on subliminals 50 years ago. What about planting urges, such as self-termination? Look, subs give you little nudges toward hunger, consumer goods, or aid in habit breaking. That kind of direct suggestion? He tugged at his lip, shook his head. You'd have to go deeper, and I'd say it would take a long series of sessions to make the suggestion stick on a normal brain. Survival instincts too strong. He shook his head again, convinced. We played those programs over and over. Particularly the sexual fantasy sequences, Eve thought. Ran them on test subjects, into the droid for analysis. We got nobody jumping off the roof. In fact, we got no unusual reaction from anyone or out of the droid. It's just a top flight, that's it. I want a full analysis on the subliminal shadows. He'd already anticipated that. I need to keep the unit, then. Sheila started on it, as you can see, but it takes time. You've got to run the program, back out the overt VR, expunge the subliminals. Then it takes computime to test, analyze, and report. A good subliminal, and I guarantee this one's an ace, is subtle. Chasing down its pattern isn't like reading a truth analysis. How much time? 2 days, a day and a half if we get lucky. Get lucky, she suggested. and passed the hard copy to Peabody. Eve tried not to worry about the fact that the VR was one of Rourke's toys, or what the consequences could be if it was indeed found to be part of the coercion. Subliminal shadows. That could be the connection she'd been searching for. The next step was to tag the VR units that had been in Fitzhugh's, Matthias's, and Pearlie's possession at time of death. With Peabody keeping pace, she hustled down the sidewalk. Her vehicle was still in maintenance. Eve didn't think it worth the incredible headache of requisitioning a sub for a 3-block hike. Autumn's coming. Huh? Curious that Eve seemed oblivious to the freshening in the air, the balmy scent on the eastward breeze, Peabody paused to take a deep breath. You can smell it. What are you doing? Eve demanded. Are you crazy? Suck in enough of New York and you'll have to spend a day in detox. You get past the transport fumes and the body odor, and it's wonderful. They might just pass that new fresh air bill this election. Eve spared her aide a glance. Your free ager's showing, Peabody. Nothing's wrong with environmental concerns. If it wasn't for the tree huggers, we'd all be wearing filter masks and sunshades year-round. Peabody looked longingly at a people glide that matched her pace to Eve's long-legged stride. Not to put a damper on things, Lieutenant, but you're going to have to do a major tap dance to access those VR units. Standard operating procedure would be for them to have been returned to the deceased's estate by this time. I'll get them, and I want this kept quiet, on a need-to-know basis only, until I sort it out. Understood. She waited a moment. I'd imagine Rourke has so many tentacles out there, it would be impossible to know who's doing exactly what at any given time. It's a conflict of interest, and we both know it. I'm putting your ass on the line with this. Sorry to disagree, sir, but I'm in charge of my own ass. It's only on the line if I put it there. So noted and appreciated. Then you can also note, sir, that I'm a big fan of arena ball as well, sir. Eve stopped, took a long look, then laughed. 1 ticket or 2? 2. I could get lucky. They exchanged grins just as a shrill siren split the air. Oh, hell, oh, shit. 5 minutes either way and we'd have slipped by this. Eve drew her weapon and spun on her heel. The alarm pealed from the credit exchange center directly in front of her. What fool hits a CEC 2 blocks from Cop Central? Clear the street, Peabody, she ordered, then cover the back exit. The first order was almost unnecessary, as pedestrians were already scattering, trampling each other over glides and skywalks in a rush for cover. Eve whipped out her communicator, gave the standard order for backup before she dived through the automatic doors. The lobby was a mass of confusion. Her only advantage was that the wave of people were rushing out as she rushed in, and they offered some cover. Like most CECs, the lobby area was small, windowless, banked with high counters for personal privacy. Only one of the personal service counters was manned by a human, the other 3 by droids who had gone into automatic shutdown once the panic button had been pushed. The lone human was a female, probably mid-20s, with closely cropped black hair, a tidy conservative white jumpsuit, and an expression of utter terror on her face as she was held through the security port by the throat. The man who gripped her was busy squeezing off her air and waving what was certainly a homemade explosive with his free hand. I'll kill her. I'll fucking stuff it down her throat. The threat didn't worry Eve nearly as much as the calm, deliberate manner in which it was delivered. She discounted chemicals and a professional status. From the appearance of his threadbare jeans and shirt, the tired, unshaven face, she concluded she had one of the city's desperately poor on her hands. She hasn't done anything to you. With the first mad rush already out the door, Eve approached slowly. She's not responsible. Why don't you let her go? Everyone's done something to me. Everyone's part of the system. He yanked, pulling the hapless clerk a little farther through the security port. She was wedged now to the shoulders and turning faintly blue. Keep back, he said quietly. I've got nothing to lose and nowhere to go. You're choking her. Snuff her, and you've got no shield. Ease up a little. What's your name? Names don't count for shit. But he did loosen his grip enough to have the young clerk wheeze in a desperate breath. Money's what matters. I walk out with a bag of credits, nobody gets hurt. Hell, they'll just make more. It doesn't work that way. Cautious, Eve took another 3 steps, keeping her eyes on his. You know you're not going to get out of here. By now the street's blocked, the security units are deployed. Jesus, pal, the area's lousy with cops any time of the day or night. You could have picked better than this. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Peabody slide through the rear access and take up her position. Neither of them could risk firing while he had the clerk and the explosive in his hands. If you drop that thing, even sweat too much, it could blow. Then everybody dies here. Then we'll all die here. It doesn't matter anymore. Let the clerk go. She's a civilian. She's just trying to make a living. So was I. She saw it in his eyes just an instant too late. The utter despair. In a blink, he tossed the handheld boomer high and right. Eve's life flashed obscenely before her eyes as she sprinted forward and made the dive. She missed by a fingertip. Even as she braced for the insult of the blast, the crudely made ball rolled into a corner, bobbled, then settled quietly. Dud. The would-be thief let out a weak laugh. Doesn't it just figure? Then, as Eve popped to her feet, he charged. She didn't have time to aim, much less fire her weapon. He hit her like a battering ram, driving her back hard into one of the self-service counters. The explosion came now, inside her head, as her hip slammed painfully into the edge. Sheer luck had her holding onto her weapon as stars burst in her head. She hoped the crack she heard was the cheap laminate giving and not bone. He had gripped her in a pathetically lover-like embrace that was surprisingly effective. It blocked her weapon and pinned her against the counter, so she was forced to shift her body weight rather than pivot. They hit the floor, and this time she was unlucky enough to land first, so that his thin, panic-fueled body dropped heavily on hers. Her elbow cracked on the tile, her knee jarred and twisted viciously. With more enthusiasm than finesse, she rammed the side of her weapon against his temple. The move proved to be as effective as a stun. His eyes rolled up white before she shoved him aside and got to her knees. Panting, fighting back the nausea that was a result of taking some bony part of his body in the stomach, she blew the hair out of her eyes. Peabody was also on her knees, the boomer in one hand, her weapon in the other. I couldn't get a clear shot. I went for the boomer first, thought you could take him. Fine, that's just dandy. She hurt everywhere, and now her pulse began to hammer at the sight of her aide clutching a bomb. Don't move. Not moving. Barely breathing. I'll call the goddamn bomb disposal unit. Get a safe box in here now. I was just about... Peabody broke off, went pale as death. Oh, hell, Dallas. It's heating up. Dump it! Dump it now! Take cover! Swiping out one-handed, Eve dragged the unconscious man with her behind the counter, draped herself over him, then locked her arms over the back of her head. The explosion blasted the air, fumed out a fist of heat, and had God knew what raining down on her. The auto-fire control system whirled into action, spewing sprays of icy water, shrilling out a new alarm, warning employees and customers to vacate the building in a calm and orderly manner. She sent up a quick thanks to whoever was listening that she felt no bright pain and that all her body parts appeared to be attached. Coughing against the thick wash of smoke, she crawled out from behind what was left of the counter. Peabody. Christ! She hacked, wiping her stinging eyes, and kept crawling over the wet, now filthy floor. Something hot burned the heel of her hand, made her swear again. Come on, Peabody! Where the hell are you? Here. The answer was weak, followed by a fit of throaty coughing. I'm okay, I think. They met on hands and knees through the curtain of smoke and water and eyed each other's blackened faces. Casually, Eve reached out and rapped Peabody several times on the side of the head. Your hair was on fire, she said mildly. Oh, thanks. How's the asshole? Still unconscious. Eve sat back on her heels and took a quick self-inventory. She didn't see any blood, which was no small relief. Most of her clothes were still there, which hardly mattered since they were ruined. You know, Peabody, I think Rourke owns this building. Then he's probably going to be pissed. Smoke and water damage is a bitch. You're telling me. Let's call it a goddamn day. The credit cops can handle this. I'm giving a party tonight. Yeah. Mouth twisted, Peabody tugged on the torn sleeve of her uniform. I'm looking forward to it. Then she swayed, squinted. Dallas, how many pairs of eyes did you have when we came in here? One. Just one. Shit. Now you've got two. I think one of us has a problem. With this, Peabody pitched forward into Eve's arms. There wasn't time to clean up. After she'd hauled Peabody out of the wreckage and dumped her on the medical technicians, she had a report to relay to the officer in charge of the security team. Then she fed the same data to the bomb disposal unit. Between reports, she harassed the MTs about Peabody's condition and blocked their attempts to treat her to an injury scan. Rourke was already dressed for the evening when she rushed in the door. He cut off his conversation with Tokyo on his palm link, shifted away from the team of florists currently arranging pink and white hibiscus in the foyer. What's the hell happened to you? Don't ask. She rushed past him and hit the stairs at a dead run. She was out of what was left of her shirt by the time he came into the bedroom, closed the door. I will ask. The bomb wasn't a dud after all. Unwilling to sit down and smear whatever was on her slacks onto the furniture, she balanced on one foot and fought off a boot. Rourke took a deep breath. The bomb? Well, a homemade boomer. Very unreliable. She pried off the second boot, then began to peel off her torn and blackened slacks. Guy hits a CEC 2 blocks from Cops Central. Idiot. She dumped the tatters on the floor, swung around to head to the bath, only to come up short when Rourke took her arm. Name of God! He turned her to get a closer look at the purpling bruise that spread over her hip. It was bigger than his spread hand. Her right knee was raw, and there were more bruises blooming on her arms and shoulders. You're a mess, Eve. You should see the other guy. Well, at least he'll get 3 square and a roof for a few years, courtesy of the state. I've got to get cleaned up. He didn't release her, only shifted his gaze to hers. I don't suppose you bothered to let the MTs work on you. Those butchers? She smiled. I'm fine, just sore. I can get a quick treatment tomorrow. You'll be lucky if you can walk by tomorrow. Come on. Rourke! But she winced and hobbled, and he pulled her into the bath. Shh, be quiet. We don't have time for this. She sat, rolled her eyes. It's going to take me a couple of hours to get the stink and soot off. Christ, those boomers smell. She turned her head to sniff at her shoulder and grimaced. Sulfur. Then she eyed him warily. What's that? He approached with a thick pad soaked in something pink. The best we can do at the moment. Stop wiggling. He laid the pad over her injured knee, holding it in place and ignoring her curses. That stings! Christ, are you crazy? I'm beginning to think so. With his free hand, he caught her chin, carefully examined her blackened face. At the risk of repeating myself, you're a mess. Hold that pad in place. He squeezed lightly on her chin. I mean it. Okay. She huffed out a breath and kept the pad over her knee as he walked back to a wall cabinet. The sting was easing. She didn't want to admit that the ripe ache in her knee was backing off. What's in this stuff? This and that. It'll ease the swelling and numb the injury for a few hours. He came back with a small tube of liquid. Drink it. No drugs. Very calmly, he laid a hand on her shoulder. Eve, if you're not in pain at the moment, it's due to adrenaline. You're going to hurt, and hurt big time, very shortly. I know what it feels like to be bruised and battered all over. Now drink it. I'll be fine. I don't want... She gasped when he pinched her nose, drew her head back, and poured the liquid down her throat. Bastard! she managed, choking and batting at him. "That's a good girl. Now into the shower." He walked to the glass-enclosed tube and ordered the spray at half force and a soothing 86 degrees. "I'll get you for that. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I'll do it." She limped into the shower, still muttering. "Son of a bitch pours drugs down my throat, treats me like a goddamn imbecile." The moan of relief came involuntarily as the soft water slid over her abused body. He watched her, smiling as she braced both hands against the wall and ducked her head under the spray. "You'll want to wear something loose and floor-length. Try the blue ankle sweep Leonardo designed for you." "Oh, go to hell, I can dress myself." "Why don't you stop staring at me and go order some of your minions around?" "Darlin', they're our minions now." She bit off a chuckle and wrapped her hand against the shower panel to access the link recessed there. "Brightmoor Health Center," she ordered. "5th floor admissions." She waited for the connection and managed to soap up her hair one-handed. "This is Lieutenant Eve Dallas. You have my aide, Officer Delia Peabody. I want status." She listened to the standard line for approximately 5 seconds before she cut off the charge nurse. "Then find out, and find out now. I want her full status, and believe me, you don't want me coming down there to get it." It took her an hour, a relatively painless hour, she was forced to admit. Whatever Rourke had made her drink didn't leave her with that helpless, floaty feeling she detested. Instead, she felt alert and only slightly giddy. It might have been the drug that made her admit, at least to herself, that he'd been right about the dress. It slid weightlessly over her skin, concealing the bruises stylishly with its high neck, long tapering sleeves, and draping skirt. She added the diamond he'd given her as a symbolic apology for swearing at him, even though he'd deserved it. With less resentment than usual, she fussed with her face, struggled with her hair. The result, she decided as she gave herself a study in the triple mirrors in the closet, wasn't half bad. She supposed she looked as close to elegant as she was ever going to get. When she walked onto the roof terrace, where the performance session of the party was to take place, Rourke's quick smile agreed with her. "There she is," he murmured, and walked over to take both of her hands, bringing them to his lips. "I don't think I'm talking to you." "All right." He lowered his head and, mindful of bruises, kissed her lightly. "Feel better?" "Maybe." She sighed and didn't bother to tug her hands away. "I guess I'll have to tolerate you, since you're doing all this for Mavis." "We're doing it for Mavis." "I haven't done anything." "You married me," he pointed out. "How's Peabody? I heard you calling the health center from the shower." "Mild concussion, bumps and bruises. She was a little shocky, but she's stabilized. She went after the boomer." Remembering that moment, Eve blew out a slow breath. It started to heat up right in her hand. No way I could get to her. She closed her eyes, shook her head. "Scared the hell out of me. I thought I'd find pieces of her everywhere." "She's tough and smart, and she's learning from the best." Eve opened her eyes, narrowed them. "Flattery isn't going to make me forgive you for drugging me. I'll find something else that will." She surprised him by reaching up, framing his face with her hands. "We're going to talk about that, Ace." "Any time, Lieutenant." But she didn't smile. Her eyes only went more intense. "There's another thing we have to talk about. It's serious." "I can see that." Concerned, he glanced around at the bustling caterers, the waitstaff already lined up for their final briefing. "Somerset can handle the last of this. We can use the library." "It's bad timing, I know, but it can't be helped." She took his hand, an instinctive gesture of support, as they headed out of the room and down the wide corridor toward the library. Inside, he closed the door, ordered lights, then poured drinks. Mineral water for Eve. "You'll have to forego alcohol for a few hours," he told her. "The painkiller doesn't mix well with it." "I think I can restrain myself." "Tell me." "Okay. She set the glass aside without drinking, pushed both hands through her hair. "You've got a new VR unit on the market." "I do." He sat on the arm of a leather sofa, took out a cigarette, and lighted it. "It hit a month, 6 weeks ago, depending on region. We've improved a number of the options and programs. With subliminals." He blew out smoke thoughtfully. It wasn't difficult to read her, he thought, when you understood her. She was worried, stressed, and the soothing power of the drug couldn't overtake her in that area. Naturally. Several of the option packages include a variety of subliminals. They're very popular. Still watching her, he nodded. "I take it Cerise had one of the new units and was using it before she jumped." "Yeah. The lab hasn't yet been able to identify the subliminal. May turn out to be nothing, but you don't think so," he finished. Something triggered her. Something triggered all of them. "I'm working on confiscating the VR units owned by the other subjects. If it turns out they all owned that new model, the investigation's going to circle around your company. On you." I had a sudden urge to encourage self-termination. "I know you had nothing to do with it," she said quickly and fiercely. "I'm going to do everything I can to keep you out of it. I want—" "Eve," he interrupted quietly, shifted to crush out his cigarette. "You don't have to explain yourself to me." He reached in his pocket, took out his memo card, and tapped in a code. The R&D on that model was done in 2 locations, in Chicago and on Travis 2. Manufacturing was handled by one of my subsidiaries, again on Travis 2. The distribution and shipping on and off planet by Fleet. The packaging through Trillium, marketing by Top Drawer here in New York. I can have all the data sent to your office unit if that's most convenient." "I'm sorry." "Stop." He tucked the card away and rose. "There are literally hundreds, perhaps thousands of employees in these companies. I can certainly get you a list, for whatever good that would do." Then he paused, reached down, and rubbed a thumb over the diamond she wore. "You should know I personally worked on and approved the design, initialed the schematics. The unit's been in development for more than a year, and I spot-checked every stage at one time or another through that period. My hands are all over it." She'd been sure of that, afraid of that. It could come to nothing. Dickhead claims my theory of subliminal coercion to self-termination is over the edge of unlikely into the impossible. Rourke smiled a little. How can one trust a man called Dickhead? "Eve, you used the unit yourself." "Yeah, which also put a big wrench in my pet theory. All I got out of it was an orgasm." She couldn't quite bring off a smile herself. "I want to be wrong, Rourke. I want to be wrong and close these cases as voluntary self-terminations. But if I'm not, we'll deal with it. First thing tomorrow, I'll look into it myself." She started to shake her head, but he took her hand. "Eve, I know the drill. You don't. I know my people, at least the department heads in each stage. You and I have worked together before. I don't like it." "That's a pity." He toyed with the diamond between her breasts again. "I believe I do." Chapter 14. "Rourke sure knows how to dish a party." Mavis stuffed a deviled quail egg in her mouth and chattered over it. "Everybody, and I mean everybody's here. Did you see Roger Keane? He's like top hound at Be There Records. And Lila Monroe, she's tearing them up with her new audience participation show on Broadway. Maybe Leonardo can charm her into using him for new costume design. And there's—" "Take a breath, Mavis," Eve advised, as her friend babbled and continually pushed canapes into her mouth. "Adjust the speed." "I'm so nervous." With her hands momentarily free, Mavis pressed them to her stomach, bare but for an artistic rendering of a ripe red orchid. "I can't level, you know? When I'm this hyped, I've just got to eat and talk, and eat and talk, and throw up if you don't slow down," Eve warned. She scanned the room and had to admit that Mavis was right. Rourke knew how to dish up a party. The room glittered, and so did the people. Even the food seemed to be glossy and polished, almost too ornamental to eat. though you couldn't prove that by Mavis. Since the weather had cooperated, the roof was open, inviting in the fresh breeze and showers of starlight. One wall was filled with a view screen, and Mavis whirled and pranced over it, her music sizzling out into the room. Rourke had been canny enough to keep the volume muted. "I'm never going to be able to pay you back for this." "Come on, Mavis." "No, I mean it." After sending Leonardo a beaming smile and an exaggerated air kiss, she turned back to Eve. "You and me, Dallas, we go back a while. Hell, if you hadn't busted me, I'd probably still be picking pockets and running the grift." Eve chose an interesting-looking blot on a cracker for herself. "That's digging deep, Mavis." "Maybe, but it doesn't change the facts. I did a lot to straighten myself out and change direction. I'm kind of proud of it." Remaking ourselves, Eve thought. It could happen. It did happen. She glanced over to where Rhianna and William were chatting with Mira and her spouse. "You should be. I'm proud of you." "But what I'm talking about is this. I want to get it out, okay? Before I get up there and try to blow the diamonds off the ears of this group." Mavis cleared her throat and promptly forgot the little speech she'd prepared. "Hell with it. I know you and I really love you. Like, really love you, Dallas." "Christ, Mavis, don't start getting me all weepy. Rourke's already drugged me." Unashamed, Mavis swiped her hand under her nose. "You'd have done this for me, if you knew how." When Eve blinked and frowned, Mavis found her sentiment turning to amusement. "Shit, Dallas. You wouldn't have the first clue how to order up anything more complicated than soy dogs and veggie hash. Rourke's hands are all over this bash." "My hands are all over it." Rourke's words echoed in Eve's mind and made her shudder. "Yeah, they are. You asked him to do it, and he did it for you." Determined to let nothing shadow the evening, Eve shook off the dread. She shook her head. "He did it for you, Mavis." Slowly, Mavis's lips curved and her eyes got misty again. "Yeah, I guess he did. You've got a fucking prince, Dallas. A fucking prince. I've got to go throw up now. Be right back." "Sure." With a half laugh, Eve grabbed some fizzy water from a passing tray and headed for Rourke. "Excuse me 1 minute," she said, and tugged him away from a group of people. "You're a fucking prince," she told him. "Why, thank you, I think." He slid an arm around her waist, gently, put his other hand over hers that held the stem of her glass. He surprised her by moving her into a very smooth dance. "You have to use your imagination with Mavis's style," he decided, "but this one could almost be considered romantic." Eve lifted a brow and tuned in to Mavis's voice, rising over clashing brass. "Yeah, it's a real old-fashioned sentimental tune." "I'm a lousy dancer." "You wouldn't be if you didn't try to lead. I decided, since you weren't going to sit down and rest that battered body of yours, you could lean on me a while." He smiled down at her. "You're starting to limp again, just a bit. But you do look almost relaxed." "The knee's a little stiff," Eve admitted. "But I am pretty relaxed. I guess it was listening to Mavis babble. She's throwing up now." "Lovely. It's just nerves." "Thanks." She went with impulse and gave him one of her rare public kisses. "You're welcome." "For?" "For making sure we're not eating soy dogs and veggie hash." "My pleasure." He drew her closer, keeping his arms easy. "Believe me, it's my pleasure." "Well, Peabody wears basic black and a mild concussion well," he noted. "What?" Jerking back, Eve followed his gaze and spotted her aide just coming through the wide double doors and snagging a flute off a tray. "She should be flat on her back," Eve muttered, and pulled away from Rourke. "Excuse me while I go put her there." She stalked across the room, eyes narrowing as Peabody tried out a toothy smile. "Some party, Lieutenant. Thanks for the invite." "What the hell are you doing out of bed?" "It's just a bump on the head, and all they were doing was poking at me. I wasn't going to let a little thing like an explosion keep me from doing a party at Rourke's." Are you on meds? Just a couple of regulation pain blockers and... Her face fell when Eve snatched the champagne out of her hand. I was just going to hold it. Really? Hold this, Eve suggested, and shoved her water into Peabody's hand. I have to cart your butt right back to the health center. You didn't go, Peabody muttered, then lifted her chin. And I'm off duty, on personal time. You can't order me back. However much she sympathized and admired determination, Eve held firm. No liquor, she snapped out. No dancing. But I hauled you out of that building today, and I can haul you out of here. By the way, Peabody, Eve added, you could lose a few pounds. So my mother's always telling me. Peabody huffed out a breath. No liquor. No dancing. Now if you've finished with the restrictions, I'm going to go talk to somebody who doesn't know me. Fine. Oh, Peabody? Peabody turned, scowling. Yes, sir? You did good today. I won't have to think twice about going through the door with you. As Eve walked away, Peabody gaped after her. It had been simply, even casually said, but it was the finest professional compliment she'd ever been given. Socializing wasn't Eve's favorite pastime, but she did her best. She even resigned herself to dancing when she couldn't slide her way out of it. So she found herself being steered, it was the way she thought about dancing, around the floor by Jess. Your pal, William? Jess began. More Rourke's pal. I don't know him well. Anyhow, he had some interesting input on designing an interactive to go with this disc. Bring the audience into the music, into Mavis. Brow lifted, Eve glanced back to the screen. Mavis was swiveling her barely covered hips and shrieking about burning up in the fire of love while red and gold flames spurted around her. You actually think people would want to go in there? He chuckled, let his voice cruise deeper south. Sugar, they'll trample each other to get in, and pay big for the chance. And if they do, she said, turning back to him, you get a nice fat percentage. That's standard on development deals like this. Check with your man, he'll tell you. Mavis made her choice. She softened, noting that several guests were absorbed in the screen show. I'd say she made a good one. We both did. I think we've got a hit, he told her. And when we give them a taste of the show live and in the flesh, well, if the roof wasn't already off, we'd blow it off. You're not nervous? She looked at him, confident eyes, cocky mouth. No, you're not nervous. I've been playing for my supper for too many years. It's a job. He smiled at her, walked his fingers casually up her back. You don't get nervous tracking killers. Revved, right? Psyched, but not nervous. Depends. She thought of what she was tracking now, and her stomach fluttered. No, you're steel. I could see that the first time I looked at you. You don't give, you don't back off. You don't flinch. It makes your brain, well, your makeup, so to speak, a fascination. What drives Eve Dallas? Justice? Revenge? Duty? Morality? I'd say it's a very unique combination of all of those, fueled by a conflict of confidence and self-doubt. You've got a strong sense of what's right, and you're constantly questioning who you are. She wasn't sure she liked the turn of the conversation. What are you, a musician or a shrink? Creative people study other people, and music is a science as much as an art, an emotion as much as a science. His silvery eyes stayed on hers as he guided her smoothly around other couples. When I design a series of notes, I want it to affect people. I have to understand, even study human nature if I'm to get the right reaction. How will this make them behave, make them think, make them feel? Eve spared an absent smile as William and Rihanna danced by, absorbed in each other. I thought it was for entertainment. That's the surface, just the surface. His eyes were excited, gleaming with it as he spoke. Any music hack can run a theme through a computer and come out with a competent tune. The music business has gotten more and more ordinary and predictable because of technology. Brows lifted, Eve glanced toward the screen and Mavis. I'd have to say I don't hear anything ordinary or predictable here. Exactly. I've put in time studying how tones, notes, and rhythms affect people, and I know what buttons to push. Mavis is a treasure. She's so open, so malleable. He smiled when Eve's eyes hardened. I meant that as a compliment, not that she's weak, but she's a risk-taker, a woman who's willing to strip herself down and become a vessel for the message. The message is, depends on the mind of the audience, the hopes and dreams. I wonder about your dreams, Dallas. So do I, she thought, but she met his gaze blandly. I'd rather stick with reality. Dreams are deceptive. No, they're revealing. The mind, and the unconscious mind in particular, is a canvas. We paint on it constantly. Art and music can add such colors, such style. Medical science has understood that for decades and uses it to treat and study certain conditions, both psychological and physiological. She angled her head. Was there another message here, she thought? You sound more like a scientist than a musician now. I've blended. One day you'll be able to pick a song personally designed for your own brainwaves. The mood enhancement capabilities will be endless and intimate. That's the key. Intimacy. She sensed he was making a pitch and stopped dancing. I wouldn't think it would be cost-effective, and research into technology designed to analyze and coordinate with individual brainwaves is illegal. For good reason. It's dangerous. Not at all, he disagreed. It's liberating. New processes, any sort of real progress, usually starts out as illegal. As for the cost, it would be high initially, then come down as the design was adjusted for mass production. What's a brain but a computer, after all? You have a computer analyze a computer. What could be simpler? He glanced over at the screen. That's the intro for the last number. I've got to check my equipment before my cue. He leaned in, kissed her cheek lightly. Wish us luck. Yeah, luck, she murmured, but her stomach was knotted. What was a brain but a computer? Computers analyzing computers. Individualized programs designed for personal brainwave patterns. If it was possible, would it be possible to add suggestive programs linked directly with the user's brain? She shook her head. Rourke would never have approved it. He wouldn't have taken such a foolish risk. But she made her way through the crowd to him, laid a hand on his arm. I need to ask you a question, she said quietly. Have any of your companies been doing under-the-table research on designing VR for personal brainwave patterns? That's illegal, Lieutenant. Rourke. No. There was a time when I would have ventured into any number of not essentially legal areas in business. That wouldn't have been one of them. And no, he added, anticipating her, that VR model is universally, not individually designed. Only the programs can be personalized by the user. What you're talking about is cost-prohibitive, logistically tangled, and simply too damn much trouble. Okay, that's what I figured. Her muscles relaxed. But can it be done? He paused a moment, then lifted his shoulder. I have no idea. You'd have to have the individual's cooperation or access to a brain scan. That also involves personal approval and consent. And then, I have no idea, he repeated. If I can get Feeney alone, she swiveled her head, trying to find the electronics detective in the whirling crowd. Take the evening off, Lieutenant. Rourke slipped an arm around her. Mavis is about to get her spotlight. Okay. She forced herself to push the worry to the back of her mind as Jess settled at his console and gave an introductory riff. Tomorrow, she promised herself, and led the applause as Mavis spun onto the floor. Then the worry was gone, melted away by the blast of Mavis's energy and her own wild pleasure as lights, music, and showmanship combined in a dizzy kaleidoscope. She's good, isn't she? She was unaware she'd gripped Rourke's arm like a mother with a child in the school play. Different, weird, but good. She's all of that. The clashing edge of notes, sound effects, and vocals would never be his music of choice, but he found himself grinning. "She's caught the crowd. You can relax." "I'm relaxed." He laughed and hugged her closer. "If you were wearing buttons, you'd pop them." He didn't mind the fact that he had to put his mouth on her ear for her to hear him, and since he was there anyway, he added an inventive suggestion for after the party. "What?" She went hot all over. "I believe that particular act is illegal in this state. I'll check my code book and get back to you." "Cut it out." She hunched up her shoulder in reaction as his teeth and tongue got busy on her earlobe. "I want you." Lust prickled over his skin like a rash, instant, itchy, immediate. "Right now." "You can't be serious," she began, but she found he was, fiercely, when his mouth closed over hers in a wild and urgent kiss. Blood thudded her pulse to vibrant life, and the muscles in her thighs went limp. "Get a hold of yourself." She managed to ease back a half-inch and was breathless, shocked, and very nearly blushing. Not everyone's attention was focused on Mavis. "We're in the middle of an event here, a public one." "Then let's leave." He was hard as rock, painfully ready. There was a wolf inside him, poised to lunge. "There are a lot of private rooms in this house." She would have laughed if she hadn't felt the need vibrating from him. "Get a grip, Rourke. This is Mavis's big moment. We're not running off into a closet like a couple of randy teenagers." "Yes, we are." Half blind, he pulled her through the crowd and out of it while she babbled in stunned protest. "This is nuts! What are you, a pleasure droid? You can damn well hold yourself in check for a couple of hours." "The hell with it!" He yanked open the closest door and shoved her inside what was indeed a closet. "Now, goddammit!" Her back wrapped up against the wall, and before she could so much as gasp, he pulled up her skirts and drove himself into her. She was dry, unprepared, shocked. Ravaged was all she could think as she bit down on her lip to keep from crying out. He was rough, careless, and sent the bruises singing as he rammed her over and over into the wall. Even as she shoved at him, he pounded into her, his hands hiking up her hips, digging in and ripping a startled cry of pain from her throat. She could have stopped him. Her training was thorough. But training had dissolved into sheer feminine distress. She couldn't see his face. Wasn't sure she'd recognize it if she could. "Rourke!" It was shock, bone deep, that quavered in her voice. "You're hurting me!" He muttered something, a language she didn't understand and had never heard, so she stopped struggling, gripped his shoulders, and shut her eyes to what was happening to both of them. Still he plowed into her, hands digging into her hips to keep her open for him, his breath whistling in her ear. He took her brutally, and with none of the finesse or control that was such an innate part of him. He couldn't stop. Even as part of his brain stepped back, appalled at what he was doing, he simply couldn't stop. The need was like a cancer eating at him, and he had to sate it to survive. There was a voice somewhere in his head, greedy and gasping, harder, faster, more. It drove him, pushed him, until with one final vicious thrust, he emptied. She held on. It was that, or slide to the floor. He was shuddering like a man with a fever, and she didn't know whether to soothe him or belt him. "God damn it, Rourke!" But when he pressed a hand to the wall to keep balance as he swayed, she lost any sense of insult in worry. "Hey, what is it? How much have you had to drink, anyway? Come on, lean on me." "No." With the violent need met, his mind cleared, and remorse was a hot weight in his belly. He shook off the dizziness and eased himself back. "Good God, Eve. Good God. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "Okay. It's okay." He was sheet white. She'd never seen him look even remotely ill and was terrified. "I should get Somerset. Somebody. You've got to lie down. Stop it." He very carefully nudged away her stroking hands and stepped back until they were no longer touching. How could she bear to have him touch her, he thought. "For Christ's sake, I raped you." "I just raped you." No. She said it firmly, hoping the tone of her voice would be as effective as a slap. You did not. I know what rape is. What you did wasn't rape, even if it was a little over-enthusiastic. I hurt you. When she reached out, he held up his hands to stop her. God damn it, Eve, you're bruised from head to foot, and I shoved you up against the wall in some fucking closet and used you like a... Okay. She stepped forward, but he shook his head. Don't back away from me, Rourke. That's what will hurt. Don't do that. I need a minute. He rubbed his hands over his face. He still felt light-headed and queasy, and worse, slightly out of himself. Christ, I need a drink. Which brings me back to my question. How much have you had? Not enough. I'm not drunk, Eve. He dropped his hands and looked around. A closet was all he could think. For God's pity, a closet. I don't know what happened. What came over me? I'm sorry. I can see that. But she still couldn't see the whole picture. You kept saying something weird like Leomsa. His eyes darkened. It's Gaelic. Mine, it means. I haven't used Gaelic not since I was a boy. My father used it often when he was on a drunk. He hesitated. Then he reached out to graze his fingertips over her cheek. I was so rough with you. So careless. I'm not one of your crystal vases, Rourke. I can take it. Not like that. He thought of the whimpers and protests of the alley whores that had come through the thin walls and haunted him when his father had bedded them. Never like that. I never thought of you. I didn't care. And there's no excuse. She didn't want him humble. It unnerved her. Well, you're too busy beating yourself up for me to bother, so let's go back. He touched her arm before she could open the door. Eve, I don't know what happened. Literally. 1 minute we were standing there, listening to Mavis, and the next, it was overpowering, vicious, like my life depended on having you. Not just sex, but survival. I couldn't control it. That's not excusing what... Wait. She leaned back against the door a moment, struggled to separate woman from cop, wife from detective. You're not exaggerating. No, it was like a fist around my throat. He managed a very weak smile. Well, perhaps that's the wrong portion of the anatomy. There's nothing I can say or do to... Eject the guilt a minute, will you, and think. Her eyes were cold now, hard as agate. A sudden and irresistible urge, more a compulsion. One you, a very controlled man, couldn't control? You just pounded yourself into me with all the finesse of a sweaty celibate breaking fast with a rented sex droid. He winced at that, felt the tear of guilt. I'm all too aware of that. And it's not your style, Rourke. You've got moves. I can't keep up with all of them, but they're all slick, practiced. You may get rough, but never mean. And as one who's made love with you in about every way that's anatomically possible, I can certify that you're never selfish. Well, he wasn't quite certain how to react. You humble me. It wasn't you, she murmured. I beg to differ. It wasn't what you've made yourself into, she corrected. And that's what counts. You snapped off. Something inside you snapped off, or on. That son of a bitch. Her breath shuddered out as she met Rourke's eyes, and in them she saw the dawning of understanding. That son of a bitch has something. He was telling me while we were dancing. He was fucking bragging, and I didn't get it. But he just had to give a little demonstration. And that's what's going to hang him. This time Rourke's grip on her arm was firm. You're talking about Jess Barrow. About brain scans and suggestions. Mind control. Music should affect how people behave, how they think, how they feel. He said that to me minutes before the performance began. Cocky bastard. Rourke remembered the shock in her eyes when he'd thrown her against the wall and driven himself into her like a battering ram. If you're right, His voice was cool now, too cool. "I want a moment alone with him." "It's police business," she began, but he stepped slightly closer, and his eyes were cold and determined. "You'll give me a moment alone with him, or I'll find a way to take it. Either way, I'll have it." "All right." She laid a hand over his, not to ease his grip, but in solidarity. "All right, but you'll wait your turn. I have to be sure." "I'll wait," he agreed. But the man would pay, Rourke promised himself, for wedging even one instant of fear and distrust into their relationship. "I'll let the performance wind up first," she decided. "I'll interview him unofficially in my office downstairs with Peabody as control. Don't make a move on him, Rourke. I mean that." He opened the door, let her slip out. "I said I'd wait." The music was still going strong, and it hit them with a high, gritty pitch yards before they reached the doorway. But she had only to step in and through the crowd before Jess's eyes shifted from his controls and met hers. His smile was quick, cocky, amused. And she was sure. "Find Peabody, and ask her to go down to my office and set up for a prelim interview." She stepped in front of Rourke, willed his gaze to move to hers. "Please. We're not talking about just a personal insult here. We're talking about murder. Let me do my job." Rourke turned without a word. The moment she lost him in the crowd, she worked her way through to Somerset. "I want you to watch Rourke." "I beg your pardon." "Listen to me." Her fingers dug through his neat jacket and into bone. "It's important. He could be in trouble. I don't want you to let him out of your sight until at least an hour after the performance. If anything happens to him, I'll fry your ass. Understood?" Not in the least, but he did understand her urgency. "Very well." He spoke with dignity, crossed the room with grace, but his nerves were shattered. Confident that Somerset would watch Rourke like a mother hawk, she wound her way through the audience again until she stood on the front edge of the group. She applauded with the rest, schooled herself to flash a supportive smile as Mavis wound up for the encore. And when the next round of applause rang out, she slipped toward Jess and skirted the controls. "Quite a triumph," she murmured. "I told you, she's a treasure." There was a wicked gleam in his eyes as he smiled up at her. "You and Rourke missed a couple of numbers." "Some personal business," she said levelly. "I really need to talk to you, Jess. About your music." "Glad to. Nothing I like better." "Now, if you don't mind, let's go someplace a little more private." "Sure." He shut down his console, locked on the code. "It's your party." "Damn right it is," she murmured, and led the way. Chapter 15. She chose the elevator, wanting to move quickly and privately. She programmed it for the short vertical glide, then the horizontal shift from wing to wing. "I've got to tell you, you and Rourke have a fantastic place here. Just ultra-mag." "Oh, it'll do until we find something bigger." She said it dryly, and refused to let his laughter grate on her nerves. "Tell me, Jess, did you decide to work with Mavis, seriously, before or after you knew the connection with Rourke?" "I told you. Mavis is 1 in a million. Only had to see her a couple of times, doing a short gig down at the Down and Dirty, to know we'd melded well." The grin flashed. Charming. A choir boy holding a frog under his robe. It sure didn't hurt a thing that she had a contact like Rourke on her side, but she had to have the goods. "But you knew about the connection before." He moved a shoulder. "I'd heard about it. That's why I went down to see her. That kind of club isn't my usual venue. But she flashed for me. If I can move her into some hot gigs, then if Rourke or someone of his ilk, let's say, is interested in investing in a coming act, it smooths everybody." "You're smooth, Jess." She stepped out of the car when the doors slid open. "Real smooth. Like I said, I've been shaking gigs since I was a kid. I think I got it down." He looked around the corridor as she led the way. Old art. The real thing, he noted. Pricey wood, carpet some craftsman had worn his fingers weaving a century before. This was money, he thought. The kind that builds empires. At the doorway of her office, she turned. "I don't know how much he's got," she said, reading him perfectly. "And I don't really care." The smile still in place, he lifted a brow, lowered his gaze to the fat, tear-shaped diamond lying against the bodice of soft midnight silk. "But you ain't wearing paste and rags, sugar." "I have, and I might again. And Jess," she flicked off the coated lock, "don't call me sugar." Eve glided in, nodded to a puzzled but attentive Peabody. "Have a seat," she told Jess, and moved directly to her desk. "Nice milieu. Well, hi, sweetie." He couldn't for the life of him remember her name, but he beamed at Peabody as if they were old dear friends. "Did you catch the act?" "Most of it." He dropped into a chair. "So, what do you think?" "I thought it was great. You and Mavis really put on a show." She risked a smile, not at all sure what Eve wanted from her. "I'm ready to buy the first disc." "That's what I like to hear." "Can a guy get a drink in here?" he asked Eve. "I like to stay dry before a performance, and I'm more than ready to get wet." "No problem. What would you like?" That champagne looked good. "Peabody, there should be a bottle in the kitchen. Pour our guest here a glass of wine, will you? And why don't you get us some coffee?" She leaned back and considered. Technically, she should record from this point, but she wanted a lead-in before she went on log. "Someone like you, who designs music and the atmosphere surrounding it, has to be as much technician as artist, right? That's what you were explaining to me before the performance." "That's the way the business shakes down now. Has for a lot of years." He flicked one of his beautiful hands, braceleted with gold. "I'm lucky I've got an aptitude for both, and an interest. The days of plucking out a tune on the piano, or playing a riff on a guitar have gone the way of fossil fuel, almost extinct." "Where'd you get your tech training? I'd have to say it's way above the run-of-the-mill." He shot a fresh smile as Peabody came back with the drinks. He was comfortable, relaxed, and assumed he was in the middle of a kind of job interview. "On the job, mostly. A lot of late-night hacking. But I did a stretch of home ed with MIT. She already knew some of the data from Peabody's make, but she wanted to lull him. "Impressive. You've made a name for yourself both in performance and design. Isn't that right, Peabody?" "Yeah. I've got all your discs, and I'm looking forward to something new. It's been a while." "I heard that somewhere." Eve picked up the ball Peabody was unaware she'd tossed. "Have a dry spell, Jess?" "Not at all. I wanted to take my time perfecting the new equipment, putting together just the right elements. When I hit with the new stuff, it's going to be something no one's ever seen or heard before. And Mavis is like a springboard, in a manner of speaking. She was a lucky break. She'll showcase some of the material that wasn't right for me, and I've individualized some pieces to match her. I figure on doing some of my own sessions in a few months. After everything's in place." He toasted her, sipped. "Exactly. You ever design soundtracks for VR?" "Now and again. It's not a bad gig if the program's interesting. And I bet you know how to lay down subliminals." He paused, then sipped again. "Subliminals? That's straight tech. But you're a damn good tech, aren't you, Jess? Good enough to know computers in and out, and brains. A brain's just a computer, isn't it? Isn't that what you told me?" "Sure." His focus was all for Eve, so that he didn't notice that Peabody had come to attention. "And you're into mood enhancements, which lead to mood shifts, behavioral and emotional patterns, brainwave patterns." She took a recorder out of her desk, placed it in plain sight. "Let's talk about that." "What the hell is this?" He set down his glass, scooted to the edge of his seat. "What's the deal?" "The deal is, I'm going to advise you of your rights. Then we're going to have a chat. Officer Peabody, engage backup recording and log on, please." "I don't agree to a fucking interview." He got to his feet. Eve got to hers. "That's all right. We can make it obligatory and take you to Cop Central. There might be a wait. I haven't booked an interview room, but you won't mind spending a few hours in lockup." Slowly, he sat again. "You turn cop fast, Dallas." "No, I don't. I stay cop. Always." "Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, she began for the recorder, and fed in time and place before reciting the revised Miranda. Do you understand your rights and options, Jess? Yeah, I get it, but I don't know what the hell this is about. I'm going to make that very clear for you. You are being questioned in the matters of the unresolved deaths of Drew Mathias, S.T. Fitzhugh, Senator George Purley, and Cerise Devane. Who? He looked convincingly baffled. Devane? Isn't that the woman who jumped off the Tatler building? What am I supposed to have to do with suicide? I didn't even know her. You were unaware that Cerise Devane was CEO and majority stockholder of Tatler Enterprises? No, I guess I knew who she was, but I imagine you found yourself in the Tatler from time to time during your career. Sure, they're always digging for dirt. They've tossed some my way. It's just part of the business. Fear had backed off and left him mildly irritated. Look, the lady jumped. I was downtown in session when she took the leap. I've got witnesses. Mavis, for one. I know you weren't there, Jess. I was. At least, I know you weren't there in the flesh. His sculpted mouth curled into a sneer. What am I, a goddamn ghost? Do you know, or have you ever had contact with an autotronics tech by the name of Drew Mathias? Never heard of him. Mathias also did a pass through MIT. So have thousands. I opted for in-home. I never even set foot on campus. And never had any contact with other students? Sure I did. Over the link, email, laser fax, whatever. He shrugged his shoulders, drummed his fingers over the top of the hand-tooled boot he'd cocked on his knee. I don't remember any autotronics tech by that name. She decided to change tacks. How much work have you done on individualized subliminals? I don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand the term? I know what it means. This time his shrug was jerky. And as far as I know, it's never been done, so I don't know what you're asking me. Eve took a chance. She looked over at her aide. Do you know what I'm asking him, Peabody? I think it's clear enough, Lieutenant. She was struggling through the mud of confusion. You'd like to know how much work the interview subject has done on individualized subliminals. Perhaps the interview subject should be reminded that it is not currently illegal to research or have an interest in this area. Only development and implementation are against current state, federal, and international laws. Very good, Peabody. Does that help clear things up for you, Jess? The byplay had given him enough time to settle. Sure. I'm interested in the area. Lots of people are. It's a little out of your field, isn't it? You're just a musician, not a licensed scientist. It was exactly the right button. He sat up in his chair, his eyes flashing once. I'm fully certified in musicology. Music isn't just a bunch of notes strung together, sweetheart. It's life. It's memory. Songs trigger specific and often predictable emotional reactions. Music's an expression of emotion, desires. And here I thought it was just a nice way to pass the time. Entertainment is only a slice of the pie. The Celts went to war with bagpipes. They were as much a weapon to them as a broadaxe. Warring natives in Africa psyched themselves up with drums. Slaves survived on their spirituals, and men have been seducing women to music for centuries. Music plays the mind. Which brings us back to the question. When did you decide to take it a step further and tie into individual brain patterns? Did you just stumble across it, sort of blind luck, while you were noodling out a tune? He gave a short laugh. You really think what I do is just a slide, don't you? Just sit down, punch in some notes, and go. It's work. It's hard, demanding work. And you're damn proud of your work, aren't you? Come on, Jess. You wanted to tell me earlier. Eve rose, came around the desk to sit on the front edge. You've been dying to tell me, to tell someone. What good is it? What satisfaction is there in creating something so amazing than having to keep it to yourself? He picked up his glass again, ran his fingers down the long, slim stem. This isn't exactly the way I'd pictured this. He took a sip, considered the consequences and the rewards. Mavis says you can be flexible. It's not just code books and procedure with you. Oh, I can be flexible, Jess, when it's warranted. Talk to me. Well, let's just say that if, hypothetically, I had worked out a technique for individualized subs, mood enhancements on a personal brain pattern. It could be big. People like Rourke and you, with your contacts and financial base, your influence, let's say, could work around a few antiquated laws and make a big pile. Revolutionize the personal entertainment and enhancement industry while you were at it. Is this a business offer? Hypothetically, he said, and gestured with his glass. Rourke Industries has the R&D, the facilities, the manpower, and the credits to take something like this and run with it. And a smart cop, seems to me, could find a way to bend the law just enough to make it go down smooth. Gosh, Lieutenant, Peabody said with a smile that didn't touch her eyes, sounds like you and Rourke are the perfect couple. Hypothetically. And Mavis as the conduit, Eve murmured. Hey, Mavis is chilled. She got what she wanted. After tonight, she's going to cruise. And you figure that evens out using her to get to Rourke. He moved his shoulder again. Back's got to be scratched, honey. I gave hers a real full treatment. The wicked amusement flashed into his eyes again. Did you enjoy the informal demonstration of my hypothetical system? Not certain even her training could keep the fury off her face, she turned, slipped back behind the desk. Demonstration? The night you and Rourke came by the studio to watch the session, seemed to me you two were pretty eager to leave, to be alone. His smile sharpened at the corners. A little honeymoon revisited? She kept her hands behind the desk a moment until she could unclench her fists. She glanced over toward the door of Rourke's connecting office and saw with a jolt that the monitoring light blinked green over that. He was watching, she realized. That was not only illegal but dangerous under the circumstances. She flicked her eyes back to Jess. She couldn't afford to break rhythm. It seems you're unusually interested in my sex life. I told you, you fascinate me, Dallas. You've got a mind. It's fucking steel, with all those dark spaces burned into it. I wonder what would happen if you opened those spaces. And sex is a master key. He leaned forward, eyes locked on hers. What do you dream, Dallas? She remembered the dreams, the sick horror of them, the night she'd watched the disc of Mavis, the disc he'd given her. Her hands trembled once before she could control them. You son of a bitch. She rose slowly, planted her hands on the desk. You like giving demonstrations, asshole? Is that what Matthias was to you, a demonstration? I told you, I don't know who that is. Maybe you needed an Autotron tech to perfect your system. Then you tried it out on him. You had his brain waves, so you programmed them in. Did you program in him tying his own noose and slipping it around his neck, or did you leave the method up to him? You just veered way out of orbit. And Pearlie? What's the connection there? Political statement? Were you looking ahead? You're a real visionary. He'd have tossed his weight against legalizing your new toy. Why not use it on him? Hold it, hold it! He got to his feet. You're talking about murder. Christ, you're trying to wrap me up with murder. Then Fitzhugh, did you need a couple more demonstrations, Jess, or did you just get a taste for it? Powerful, isn't it? Being able to kill without getting your hands bloody. I never killed anyone. You can't wrap this on me. Devane was a bonus, with the media right there. You got to watch. I bet you really love to watch, don't you, Jess? I bet you get hot watching, like you got hot thinking about where you'd push Rourke tonight with your goddamn toy. That's what's rocking you, isn't it? Furious, he leaned on the desk. His smile wasn't charming now, but feral. You want to sting me because I wired into your man. You should be thanking me. I bet the two of you fucked like wild minks. Her hand was in a fist, her fist slamming into his jaw before her brain registered the act. He went down like a stone, face first, arms splayed, and sent her link flying. God damn it! Breath hitching, she uncurled her fist, clenched it again. God damn it! Peabody's voice came cool and calm through the buzzing in her ears. Let the backup record show that subject physically threatened the lieutenant during questioning. As a result, subject lost his balance and struck his head on the desk. He appears to me momentarily stunned. While Eve could do no more than stare at her, Peabody rose, stepped over, and dragged Jess up by the collar of his shirt. She held him there a moment, as if considering his condition. His knees sagged, his eyes rolled back white. "That's affirmative," she stated, then dumped him into a chair. "Lieutenant Dallas, I believe your recorder has been damaged." With a brush of her hand, Peabody tipped Eve's coffee onto the unit, effectively frying its chips. "Mine is in working order, and will be sufficient for reporting this interview. Are you injured?" "No." Eve shut her eyes, snapped her control back into place. "No, I'm fine, thank you." The interview breaks at 01:33. Subject Jess Barrow will be transported to the Brightmoor Health Center for examination and treatment, and there will be detained until 900 hours, when this interview will continue at Cop Central. Officer Peabody, please arrange for transport. Subject is to be held for questioning. Charges pending. "Yes, sir." Peabody glanced over as the door to Rourke's office slid open. It only took one look at his face to realize that there might be trouble. "Lieutenant," she began, careful to keep the recorder turned away, "I'm getting interference on my communicator, and your link may have been damaged when the subject knocked it to the floor. Permission to use another room to send for the MTs." "Go ahead," Eve said, and sighed as she watched Rourke come in and Peabody stride out. "You had no business monitoring this interview," she began. "I beg to differ. I had every business." He glanced down at the chair as Jess moaned and shifted. "He's coming around. I'd like my moment with him now." "Listen, Rourke," he cut her off with one swift, ice-edged stare. "Now, Eve, leave us alone." That was the trouble between them, she decided. Both of them were so used to giving orders that neither of them took orders well. But she remembered the stricken look in his eyes when he'd backed away from her. They had both been used, she thought, but Rourke had been victimized. "You've got 5 minutes. That's it. And I'm going to warn you right now, the record shows he's relatively undamaged. If there are marks on him, it's going to swing back on me and compromise my case against him." His lips twitched in a bare flicker of a smile as he took her arm and led her to the door. "Lieutenant, give me some credit. I'm a civilized man." He shut the door in her face, locked it. And, he thought, he knew how to cause great discomfort to the human body without leaving so much as a dent. He walked over, hauled Jess out of the chair, and shook him until his eyes blinked into focus. "Awake now, are you?" Rourke said softly. "And aware?" Sweat pooled cold at the base of Jess's spine. He was looking into the face of murder, and he knew it. "I want a lawyer." "You're not dealing with the cops now. You're dealing with me, at least for the next 5 minutes. And you have no rights or privileges here." Jess swallowed, struggled for a show of cool. "You can't lay a hand on me. If you do, it'll slap right back on your wife." Rourke's lips curved and struck a fresh fist of terror in Jess's gut. "I'm going to show you just how mistaken you are in that." His eyes never left Jess's face as he reached down, grabbed onto his penis, and twisted. It was some satisfaction to see every drop of blood drain out of the man's face and watch his mouth work like a guppy's as it gasped for air. With his thumb, he pressed gently on Jess's windpipe and cut off even that thin passage of air until the silver eyes bulged. Hell, isn't it, to be led around by the cock? He gave one last jerk of the wrist before letting Jess collapse into the chair and curl up like a shrimp. "Now, let's talk," he said pleasantly enough, "about private matters." Out in the corridor, Eve paced up and down, glancing every few seconds at the thick door. She knew very well if Rourke had implemented the soundproofing, Jess could be shrieking his lungs out and she wouldn't hear. If he killed him, good God, if he killed him, how was she going to handle it? She stopped, appalled, and pressed a hand to her stomach. How could she even consider it? She was duty-bound to protect the bastard. There were rules. Whatever her personal feelings, there were rules. She marched to the door, coded in, and hissed out a breath as her code was denied. Son of a bitch! God damn it, Rourke! He knew her too well. With little hope, she raced down the corridor, into his office, and tried the connecting door. Entrance denied. She streaked to the monitor, queued up the security camera for her office, and found he'd locked her out of that as well. God almighty, he is killing him. She rushed the door again, beat on it uselessly with her fist. Moments later, like magic, the locks slicked back, and the door slid quietly open. She went through at a dead run, and saw Rourke calmly sitting at her desk, smoking. Her heart pounded as she looked down at Jess. He was pale as death, his pupils the size of pinpricks, but he was breathing. In fact, he was wheezing out air like a faulty temperature control. He's unmarked. Rourke picked up the brandy he'd poured himself. And I believe he's begun to see the error of his ways. Eve leaned down, peered closely into Jess's eyes, and watched him cringe back into the chair like a kicked dog. The sound he made was barely human. What the hell did you do to him? He doubted Eve or the NYPSD would approve of the tricks he'd picked up in his more shadowy travels. Much less than he deserved. She straightened, and now took a long, hard look at Rourke. He looked like a man about to entertain late-night guests or chair an important business meeting. His suit was unwrinkled, his hair unmussed, his hands perfectly steady. But his eyes, she noted, were just on the downside of wild. Christ, you're scary. Carefully, he set his brandy down. I'll never hurt you again. Rourke! She pushed back the urge to go to him, close her arms around him. It wasn't what the moment called for, she decided, or what he wanted. This can't be personal. Yes. He drew in smoke, blew it out slowly. It can. And is. Lieutenant. Peabody stepped in, her face bland. The MTs are here. With your permission, I'll accompany the suspect to the health center. I'll go. Sir. Peabody slid a glance toward Rourke. He'd yet to take his eyes off Eve, she noted, and those eyes looked more than a little dangerous. If you'll excuse me, I believe you have more pressing matters here. I can handle this. You still have a number of guests in the house, including the press. I'm sure you'd prefer this matter remain quiet until its disposition. All right. I'll contact Central from here, make the necessary arrangements. Prepare for second phase interview tomorrow, 900 hours. I'm looking forward to it. Peabody glanced over at Jess, lifted a brow. He must have hit his head pretty hard. Still looks dazed. Skin's clammy. She offered Rourke a wide smile. I know just how that feels. Rourke laughed, feeling more of the tension drain away. No, Peabody. In this case, I don't believe you do. He got up, walked to her, and framing her square face with his elegant hands, kissed her. You're beautiful, he murmured, before turning to Eve. I'll see to the rest of our guests. Take your time. As he walked out, Peabody touched her fingertips to her lips. Pleasure had radiated down to her toes and out through the reinforced tips of her boots. Oh, wow! I'm beautiful, Dallas. I owe you, Peabody. I think I just got paid. She stepped back to the door. Here come the MTs. We'll get our boy out of here. Tell Mavis she was absolutely ultra. Mavis. Eve pressed her fingers to her eyes. How was she going to tell Mavis? If I were you, Dallas, I'd give her tonight to glow. You can tell her about this later. She'll be fine. In here, she called, gesturing. We got us what looks like a mild concussion. Chapter 16. Getting a warrant for search and seizure at 2 a.m. was a tricky business. She lacked the straightforward data to cop an automatic clearance and needed a judge. Judges tended to be cranky about calls in the middle of the night, and trying to explain why she needed clearance for a sweep and scan of a music console currently on her own premises was a dicey job. This being the case, Eve tolerated the clipped, angry lecture from her judge of choice. I understand that, Your Honor, but this can't wait until a decent hour in the morning. I have a strong suspicion that the console in question is linked to the deaths of 4 people. Its designer and operator is currently being detained, and I cannot expect his immediate cooperation. You're telling me music kills, Lieutenant? The judge snorted. I could have told you that. The crap they're pumping out these days could murder an elephant. In my day, we had music. Springsteen. Live. Cult killers. That was music. Yes, sir. She rolled her eyes. She'd had to pick a classic music buff. I really need that warrant, Your Honor. Captain Feeney is available to begin the initial scan. The operator had admitted to using the console illegally on the record. I need more to tie it to the cases in question. You ask me, those music consoles should be banned and burned. This is piddly shit here, Lieutenant. Not if the evidence bears out my belief that this console and its operator are linked to the death of Senator Purley and others. There was a pause, a wheeze. That's a big leap. No pun intended. Yes, sir. I need the warrant to bridge the gap. I'll send it through, but you better have something, Lieutenant, and it better be solid. Thank you. Sorry to have disturbed. The link clicked in her ear forcefully. You're asleep, she finished, then picked up her communicator and tagged Feeney. Hey, Dallas! His face was flushed with fun, wide with a grin. Where you been, kid? Party's just breaking up. You missed Mavis doing a set with a hologram of the Rolling Stones. You know how I feel about Jagger. Yeah, he's like a father to you. Don't take off, Feeney. I've got a job for you. Job? It's 2 a.m., and my wife's feeling, you know. He winked sloppily. Interested. Sorry, put the glands on hold. Rourke will arrange to have your wife taken home. I'll be up in 10. Take a dose of Sober-Up if you need it. It could be a long night. Sober-Up? His face fell into its usual morose lines. I've been working all night to get drunk. What's this about? 10 minutes, she repeated, and cut him off. She took the time to change out of the party dress and discovered bruises she hadn't been aware of, throbbing fresh. She took a quick moment to slap a coat of numbing cream where she could reach and winced her way into a shirt and trousers. Still, she was true to her word and walked onto the roof terrace 10 minutes later. Rourke had been at work here, too, she noted, and had cleared out lingering guests. If there were any stragglers, he was dealing with them elsewhere, giving her a clear stage. Feeney sat alone on a chair beside a decimated buffet spread, glumly eating pâté. You sure know how to put me out of a party mood, Dallas. The wife was so dazzled to get a limo ride home, she forgot she was going to jump me. And Mavis was looking all over for you. I think she was a little hurt you didn't hang around to congratulate her. I'll make it up to her. Her portalink hummed, signaling an incoming transmission. She read the display, hit printout. Here's our warrant. Warrant? He reached for a truffle and popped it in his mouth. For what? Eve shifted, gestured toward the console. For that. Ready to work your magic? Feeney swallowed the truffle, looked toward the console. The light some would have called love gleamed in his eyes. You want me to play with that? Hot damn! He was up, almost bounding toward the equipment and running reverent hands over it. She heard him mumbling something about TX-42, high-velocity sound trips, and mirror-merging capabilities. The warrant clears me to override his lock-off code? It does. Feeney, it's serious. You're telling me? He lifted his hands, rubbing fingers together like an old-world safecracker about to hit the big time. This baby is one serious mother. The design's inspired. The payload's off the scale. It's very likely responsible for 4 deaths, Eve interrupted. She walked over to join him. Let me bring you up to date. Within 20 minutes, using the portable kit out of his car, Feeney was at work. Eve couldn't understand what he was muttering about, and he didn't take it kindly when she leaned over his shoulder. That gave her time to pace, then to call in for a report on Jess's status. She had just finished ordering Peabody to turn duty over to a uniformed guard and go home to get some sleep, when Rourke came in. I gave your regrets to our guests, he told her, and helped himself to another brandy. I explained that you'd been called to duty suddenly. I had much sympathy on living with a cop. I tried to tell you it was a bad deal. He only smiled, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "It's placated Mavis. She's hoping you'll get in touch tomorrow." "I will. I'll need to explain things." "Did she ask about Barrow?" "I told her he was indisposed, rather abruptly." He didn't touch her. He wanted to, but he wasn't quite ready. "You're hurting, Eve. I can see it. You pinch my nose again and I'll flatten you. Feeney and I have a lot of work here, and I have to be sharp. I'm not fragile, Rourke." The message was in her eyes, asking him to put it aside. "Get used to it." "Not yet." He put down his brandy, slipped his hands into his pockets. "I could help there," he said, inclining his head toward Feeney. "It's police business. You're not authorized to touch that unit." When he only shifted his eyes back to hers with some of the old humor in them, she let out a huge sigh. "It's up to Feeney," she snapped. "He outranks me, and if he wants your fingers in his pie, it's his deal. I don't want to know about it. I've got reports to put together." She started out, irritation in every body line. "Eve." When she stopped and scowled over her shoulder at him, he shook his head. "Nothing." He lifted his shoulders, feeling helpless. "Nothing," he said again. "Put it to bed, goddammit! You're pissing me off!" She stalked out, nearly making him smile. "I love you too," he murmured, then wandered toward Feeney. "What have we here?" "Brings tears to my eyes. I swear it. It's beautiful, brilliant. I tell you, the guy's a genius. Certified. Come here and take a look at this image board. Just look at it." Rourke slipped off his jacket, hunkered down, and went to work. She never went to bed. For once, Eve buried her prejudice and took her sanctioned dose of uppers. The alert all cleared the drag of fatigue and most of the cobwebs from her brain. She used the shower off her office, broke down and wrapped an ice bandage over her sore knee, and told herself she'd deal with the bruises later. It was 6 a.m. when she went back to the roof terrace. The console had been methodically taken apart. Wires, boards, chips, disks, drives, panels were arranged over the gleaming floor in what she could only assume were organized piles. In his elegant silk shirt and tailored slacks, Rourke sat cross-legged among them, diligently entering data in a logbook. He'd tied his hair back, she noted, to keep it from falling over his face. And that face was intense, focused, the dark blue eyes ridiculously alert for the hour. "I've got that," he muttered to Feeney. "Running the components now. I've seen something like this before. Something close. It's calibrating." He held the logbook out and under the kick panel of the console. "Have a look." A hand shot out, grabbed the logbook. "Yeah, this could do it. It could fucking do it. Suck my dick!" Irishmen have such a way with words. At Eve's dry tone, Feeney's head popped out. His hair stuck straight up, as if he'd shocked himself while fiddling with the electronics. His eyes were bright and wild. "Hey, Dallas, I think we just nailed it!" "What took you so long?" "What a kidder!" Feeney's head disappeared again. Eve exchanged a long, sober study with Rourke. "Good morning, Lieutenant." "You're not here," she said as she walked past him. "I don't see you here. What have you got, Feeney?" "Got a lot of options on this baby," he began, and popped up again to settle in the molded chair of the console. "Lots of doodads, and they are impressive, but the one we had to dig deep to find, under layers of some pretty hunky security, is the honey." He ran his hands over the console again, stroking fingers over the smooth surface that now topped empty guts. "The designer would have made a hell of an E-detective. Most of the guys under me can't do what he can. Creativity, see?" He wagged a finger at her. "It's not just formulas and boards. Creativity turns the corner into an open field. This guy's walked that field. He fucking owns it, and this is what he'd call his crowning glory." He offered the logbook, knowing she'd scowl over the codes and components. "So?" "It took some art to get down to that. He had it locked under his private pass, his voice pattern, his palm print. Some layers of fail-safe, too. Nearly blew ourselves up about an hour ago, right, Rourke?" Rourke rose and tucked his hands in his pockets. "I never doubted you for an instant, Captain." "Like hell." In tune with his man, Feeney grinned. "If you weren't saying your prayers, boyo, I was saying mine. Still, I can't think of many others I'd be pleased to be blown to hell with. The feeling's nearly mutual. If you two have finished your little male bonding dance, would you care to explain what the hell I'm supposed to be looking at here?" "It's a scanner, the most intricate I've seen outside of testing." "Testing?" It was a procedure every cop dreaded, and one every cop faced whenever they were forced to set their weapon on maximum for termination. Even though every member of NYPSD's brain pattern is on record, a scan's taken during testing. Search for damage, flaws, any abnormalities that might have contributed to the use of maximum force. That scan's compared with the last taken. Then the subject is taken on a couple of VR rides that use the data downloaded from the scan. Nasty business. Feeney had only faced it once and hoped never to go through the process again. "And he's managed to duplicate or simulate that process?" Eve asked. "I'd say he's improved on it on a couple of levels." Feeney gestured toward the stack of discs. "That's a lot of brainwave patterns. Shouldn't be too difficult to compare them with the victims and identify." Her pattern would be on one, she thought. Her mind on disc. "Tidy," she said half to herself. "Brilliant, really, and potentially deadly. Our boy's got some spiffy twists on mood sets. They're all tied into musical patterns, notes and chords. He picks the tune, see, then enhances what you'd call the tone of it to pump along the target's reaction, their state of mind, say, their unconscious impulses. So he uses it to get into their heads, deep, the subconscious. Got a lot of medical technology I'm not real familiar with, but I'd say that's about it. Heavy into sexual urges," Feeney added. "That's our boy's specialty. I've got a little more breakdown to do, but I'd say he could program the brain pattern, set the mood enhance, and give the target mind a nice hefty push." "Off a ledge?" she demanded. "That's tricky, Dallas. Where I'm at here is enhancement, suggestive shit. Sure, if somebody was leaning toward the ledge, thinking about going over, this might give them that last nudge. But to coerce a mind to act in a manner completely adverse, completely out of character, I'd have to back off on that for now." "They jumped, choked, and bled to death," she reminded him impatiently. "Maybe we've all got suicidal urges buried in the subconscious, and this just brings them to the surface. You need Mira for that, not me. I'll keep digging." He smiled hopefully. "After breakfast?" She forced down impatience. "After breakfast. I appreciate the long night, Feeney, and the quick work, but I needed the best." "And you got it. The guy you decided to link yourself up with isn't half bad either as a tech. I'd make a decent E-man out of him if he'd give up the drudgery of his lifestyle." "My first offer of the day," Rourke smiled. "You know where the kitchen is, Feeney. You're welcome to the auto chef, or you can ask Somerset to arrange for the meal of your choice. Around here, that means real eggs." He stretched kinks out, popped joints. "You want me to tell him breakfast for 3? "You get started," Rourke suggested. "We'll be down shortly." He waited until Feeney had sauntered out, whistling at the thought of Eggs Benedict and blueberry pancakes. "You haven't much time, I know. I have enough, if you have something to say." "I do." It was rare for him to feel awkward. He'd almost forgotten the sensation until it swamped him. "What Feeney just pointed out to you, about his opinion on the capabilities here, the fact that it's unlikely for the subject to be influenced to act out of character, to do something abhorrent." She saw immediately where he was going and wanted to curse. "Rourke, I'll finish this. I've been the man who took you last night. I've lived in that skin, and it hasn't been so long ago that I've forgotten him. I turned him into something else because I wanted to, and I could. Money helped, and a certain need for polish. But he's still there. He's still part of me. I was reminded of that rather violently last night. Do you want me to hate you for it? To blame you for it? No, I want you to understand it. and me. I came from the kind of man who hurt you last night. So did I. That stopped him, had emotion swimming back into his eyes. Christ, Eve. And it scares me. It wakes me up in the middle of the night, the wondering just what's inside me. I live with it every single day. I knew where you came from when I took you on, and I don't care. I know you've done things, broken laws, lived outside them. But I'm here. She huffed out a breath, shifted her feet. I love you, okay? That's it. Now I'm hungry, and I've got a full day ahead of me, so I'm going down before Feeney cleans us out of eggs. He stepped in front of her before she could storm out. One more minute. He framed her face with his hands, lowered his mouth to hers, and turned her scowl into a sigh with a kiss so tender it made her throat ache and her toes curl. Well, she managed when he eased back. That's better, I guess. Much better. He linked his fingers with hers, and because he had used it when he'd hurt her, he balanced that out by using it now. Agra. Huh? A line appeared between her brows. Is that Gaelic again? Yes. He brought their joined fingers to his lips. Love. My love. It's got a nice ring. It does, yes. He sighed a little. It had been a long time since he'd let himself hear the music of it. It shouldn't make you sad, she murmured. It doesn't, just thoughtful. He gave her hand a friendly squeeze. I'd love to buy you breakfast, Lieutenant. Talked me into it. Comfortable, she tightened her grip. We got any crepes? The trouble with chemicals, Eve thought, as she set up for the next interview with Jess Barrow, was that no matter how safe, mild, and helpful they claimed to be, they always made her feel false. She knew she wasn't naturally alert, that underneath that surging, induced energy, her body was a mass of desperate fatigue. She kept imagining her system wearing a huge clown's mask of enthusiasm over a gray, exhausted face. Back in the saddle, Peabody? Eve asked as her aide walked into the white-walled, uncluttered room. Yes, sir. I briefed myself via your reports, dropped by your office on the way here. You have a message from the commander on hold, and 2 from Nadine First. I think she smells a story. She'll have to wait. I'll relay to the commander during our first break here. Know anything about baseball, Peabody? I played short for 2 years at the academy. Golden Glove. Well, warm up. When I toss you a ball, you field it, zing it back. We're going Tinker to Evers to Chance here, with Feeney coming in before the end of the inning. Peabody's eyes lit. Hey! Didn't know you were a historian. I have many hidden facets. Just field the ball, Peabody. I want to dust this son of a bitch at the plate. You've read the report, you know the drill. She signaled for the suspect to be brought in. Let's cook him. If he lawyers up, we'll have to juggle, but I'm banking on him being too arrogant to go that route initially. Mostly, I like cocky men. I guess I'll have to make an exception here. And he's got such a pretty face, Eve added, then moved aside as a uniform delivered her man. How's it going, Jess? Feeling better today? He'd had time to regroup and time to stew. I could hang you on undue force, but I'm going to let it pass, because before this is done, you'll be the top joke of your idiot department. Yep, he's feeling better. Have a seat. She stepped to the small table, engaged the recording unit. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, with Peabody, Officer Delia, as aide. The time is 0900, September 8, 2058. Interview subject, Barrow, Jess. File number S19305. Would you please state your name for the record? Jess Barrow. You got that much right. I have, during our previous interview, given you your rights and options under the law. Is that correct? You gave me the drill, sure. For all the good it had done him, he thought, and shifted carefully in his seat. His cock ached like a rotten tooth. And you understand those rights and options as stated? I got them then, I get them now. Do you wish at this time to make use of your right to an attorney or representative? I don't need anybody but myself. All right, then. Eve sat, linked her fingers, smiled. Let's get started. In your previous statement, you admitted to the design and use of equipment built for tampering with personal brain patterns and behavior. I didn't admit to shit. She kept smiling. That's a matter of interpretation. Do you now deny that during a social gathering at my home last evening, you utilized a program you have designed to make certain suggestions subliminally to the subject Rourke? Hey, if your husband took you off and tossed your skirts over your head, it's your business. Her smile never faltered. It certainly is. She needed to hang him here, on this one point, to hang him on the rest. Peabody, perhaps Jess is unaware of the penalty for giving false statement to a police official during interview. That penalty, Peabody said smoothly, carries a maximum term of 5 years in full lockup. Shall I replay the pertinent data from the initial interview, Lieutenant? The subject's memory might be faulty due to the injury received while assaulting an officer. Assault my ass, he snarled at Peabody. You think you can double-team me this way? She struck me without provocation, then let that bastard she married come in and... He trailed off, remembering the warning Rourke had issued in a soft, silky voice directly in his ear, while the pain, almost sweet in its intensity, had radiated through his system. You wish to make an official complaint? Eve asked. No. Even now, a light line of sweat beaded on his upper lip and made Eve wonder just what Rourke had done to him. I was upset last night. Things got out of hand. He took a steadying breath. Listen, I'm a musician. I take a lot of pride in my work, in the art of it. I like to think what I do influences people, touches them. My pride in that might have given you the wrong impression as to the scope of my work. Basically, I don't know what all the fuss is about. He smiled again with a good deal of his usual charm and spread his handsome hands. Those people you talked about last night, I don't know them. I've heard of some of them, sure, but I didn't know them personally or have anything to do with their decision to self-terminate. I'm against it myself. In my opinion, life's too short as it is. This is all a misunderstanding, and I'm willing to forget it. Eve leaned back in her chair, sent a look toward her aide. Peabody, he's willing to forget it. That's generous of him, Lieutenant, and not surprising under the circumstances. A stretch for breaking the statute on personal privacy through electronics is stringent. And, of course, there's the added charge of designing and implementing equipment designed for individual subliminals. Right there, with the multiple counts, you're looking at a 10-year minimum in the cages. You can't begin to prove any of it. Any of it. You've got no case here. I'm giving you a chance to roll over here, Jess. They go easier on you when you roll. And as to the civil case that my husband and I are entitled to bring against you, I will state here for the record that I will waive that right, contingent on your admission of guilt on the criminal charges, if that admission comes in the next 30 seconds. Think about it. I don't have to think about anything, because you've got nothing. He leaned forward. You're not the only one with people behind you. What do you think will happen to your big, bad career if I go to the press with this? She said nothing, just watched him, then glanced at the time count on the recorder. Offer is rescinded. Eve nodded at the monitoring camera. Peabody, please uncode the door for Captain Feeney. When Feeney walked in, he was beaming. He set a disk and file on the table and struck out his hand to Jess. I've got to tell you, your work's the best I've ever seen. It's a real pleasure to meet you. Thanks. Jess shifted to audience mode, shook hands warmly. I love my work. Oh, it shows. Feeney sat down, made himself comfortable. I haven't enjoyed anything for years as much as I did taking that console apart. Another time, another place, it might have been comic, the way Jess's face underwent the transformation from obliging star to blank shock to ripe fury. You fucked with my equipment? Took it apart? You had no right laying a hand on it. You're meat. You're dead. You're destroyed. Let the record show the subject is overwrought, Peabody recited blandly. His threats against the person of Captain Feeney are accepted as emotional rather than literal. Well, the first time, anyway, Feeney said cheerfully. You want to watch your step there, friend. Put too much of that on record and we tend to get pissy. Now, he leaned forward on his elbows. Let's talk shop. You had some great security. Admirable. Took me a while to bypass. But then, I've been in the game as long as you've been breathing. Designing that personal brain scanner was some accomplishment. So compact, so delicate to the touch. I gauged its range at 2 yards. Now that's damn good for that small and portable unit. You didn't get into my equipment. Jess's voice wavered. You're bluffing. You couldn't get down to the core. Well, the 3 fail-safes were tricky, Feeney admitted. I spent nearly an hour on the second one, but the last was really just padding. I guess you never figured you'd need anything at that level. Did you run the discs, Feeney? Eve asked him. Started on them. You're on there, Dallas. We don't have Rourke's on file. Civilian, you know. But I found yours and Peabody's. Peabody blinked. Mine? I'm running comparison checks on the names you requested, Dallas. He smiled broadly at Jess again. You've been busy collecting specimens. That's a fine storage option you designed. Terrific data compression capabilities. It's going to break my heart to destroy that equipment. You can't! It was sincere pain and distress now. His eyes swam with it. I put everything I've got into that. Not just money, but time and thought and energy. 3 years of my life, almost straight through without a break. I stepped back from my career to design it. Do you have any idea what I can accomplish with that? Eve picked up the ball. Why don't you tell us, Jess, in your own words? We'd love to hear it. Chapter 17. Jess Barrows started slowly, in fits and starts, speaking of his experiments and research, his fascination with the influence of outside stimuli on the human brain, the senses, and the enhancement of the senses through technology. What we can do for pleasure, for punishment, we haven't even tapped the surface. That's what I wanted to do, he explained. Tap the surface and go under it. Dreams, Dallas, needs, fears, fantasies. All my life, music's been what's moved me to everything. Hunger, passion, misery, joy. How much more intense would all that be if you could just get inside, really use the mind to exploit and explore? So you worked on it, she prompted. Devoted yourself to it. 3 years. More, really, but 3 solid on the design, experimentation, perfecting. Every penny I had went into it. I've got next to nothing left now. That's why I needed backing, why I needed you. And Mavis was your link to me, and from me to Rourke. Look. He lifted his hands, rubbed them over his face, dropped them onto the table. I like Mavis, and she's got a real spark. Yeah, I'd have used her if she was bland as a droid, but she's not. I didn't do her any harm. If anything, I gave her a boost up. Her ego level was ditch low when we hooked up. Oh, she was masking it pretty good, but she'd lost confidence in herself from what happened before. I gave her confidence a jolt. How? He hesitated, decided he'd take a bigger fall by evading. Okay. I gave her some subliminal nudges in the right direction. She should be grateful, he insisted. And I worked with her, straight stuff, getting her shined up, without taking away her natural edge. You heard her yourself. She's better than she ever was. You experimented on her, Eve said, and wanted to hang him for that alone, without her knowledge or consent. It wasn't like she was some droid rat. Christ, I perfected the system. He jabbed a finger at Feeney. You know it's prime. It's beautiful, Feeney agreed. Doesn't make it legal. Shit. Genetic engineering was illegal. In vitro work, prostitution. What did that get us? We've come a long way, but we're still in the dark ages, man. This is a benefit. This is a way to push the mind forward into dreams and make what we dream real. Not all of us want our dreams to be reality. What gives you the right to make that choice for someone else? Okay. He held up a hand. Maybe I got over-enthusiastic a few times. You get caught up, but all I did with you was expand on what was there. So I enhanced the lust bars that night in the studio. What did it hurt? Another time I gave your memory a little push, jiggled a few locks. I wanted to be able to prove what could be done. So when the time was right, I could approach you and Rourke with a business proposition. And last night, he trailed off, knowing he'd miscalculated badly there. Okay, last night I went too far. The tone was too dark. I got carried away with it. Performing before a real audience again, it's like a drug. It hypes you. Maybe I punched the power a little hard on him. An honest mistake. He tried that smile again. Look, I've used it on myself dozens of times. There's no harm, nothing permanent, just temporary mood enhancement. And you pick the mood? Well, that's part of it. With standard equipment, you don't have as much control, not nearly the depth of field. With what I've developed, you can turn it on and off like a light. Sexual need or satisfaction, euphoria, melancholy, energy, relaxation, name it, you've got it. A death wish? No. He shook his head quickly. I don't play those games. But it's all a game to you, isn't it? You push the buttons and the people dance. You're the electronic god. You're missing the big picture, he insisted. Do you know what people would pay for this kind of capability? You can feel anything you want. Eve opened the file Feeney had brought in. She tossed photos out, face up. What did they feel, Jess? She pushed the morgue shots of 4 deaths at him. What was the last thing you made them feel so that they killed themselves with smiles on their faces? He went white as death itself, eyes glazing before he managed to shut them. No! No way! No! Doubling over, he retched out his health center breakfast. Let the record show the suspect is momentarily indisposed, Peabody said dryly. Should I call for maintenance and a health aid, Lieutenant? Christ, yes, Eve muttered, as Jess continued to heave. We'll break this interview at 10:15. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, record off. Great brain, weak stomach. Feeney went to the dispenser in the corner and poured a cup of water. Here, boy, see if you can choke some of this down. Jess's eyes watered. His stomach muscles were raw. Water sloshed in the cup so that Feeney had to guide it to his mouth. You can't hang that on me, he managed. You can't. We'll see about that. Eve stepped aside so that the incoming aide could cart him off to the infirmary. I need some air, she muttered, and walked out. Hold on, Dallas. Feeney hurried after her, leaving Peabody to direct maintenance and gather up the file. We need to talk. My office is closer. She swore lightly as her knee throbbed. The ice bandage was wearing off and needed to be replaced. Her hip was murderous. Took a beating with that CEC hit yesterday, didn't you? Feeney clucked sympathetically as she hobbled. Been looked over yet? Later. I've been pressed for time. Let's give the creep an hour to get his stomach back in place, then hit him again. He hasn't cried lawyer yet, but it's coming. Won't matter a damn once we match those brain patterns to the victims. That's the problem. Sit down, he advised when they stepped into her office. Take a load off that leg. It's the knee. In sitting's making it stiffen up. What's the problem? She asked, and headed for the coffee. Nothing matches. He studied her mournfully when she turned. Not one match in the whole lot. Plenty as yet unidentified, but I've got the prints on all victims. No autopsy scan on Devane, but I've got the one from her last physical. There's no match, Dallas. So she did sit, heavily. There was no need to ask if he was sure. Feeney was as thorough as a domestic droid searching for dust in corners. Okay. He's got them someplace else. Did we get the warrant for his studio and quarters? A team's going through it right now. I haven't gotten a report. He could have a lockbox, some safe hole. She shut her eyes. Shit, Feeney. Why would he keep them when he was done with them? He's probably destroyed them. He's arrogant, but he's not stupid. They'd hang him, and he'd know it. The possibility's high there. Then again, he could have kept them as souvenirs. It never fails to surprise me what people keep. That guy last year that cut up his wife? Kept her eyes, remember? In a damn music box. Yeah, I remember. Where had this headache come from, she wondered, and rubbed uselessly at her temples to erase it. So, maybe we'll get lucky. If we don't, we've got plenty now, and a good shot of breaking him. Here's the thing, Dallas. He sat on the edge of her desk, reached into his pocket for his bag of candied almonds. It doesn't feel right. What do you mean it doesn't feel right? We've got him cold. We've got him cold, all right, but not on murder. Thoughtfully, Feeney chewed a coated nut. I can't resolve myself to it. The guy who designed that equipment is brilliant. Twisted some, sure, self-absorbed. The guy we just shook down is all of those things, and you can add childish. It is a game to him, one he wants to make a big profit on. But murder? You're just in love with his console. That I am, he admitted without shame. He's weak, Dallas, and not just his stomach. How's he going to make himself rich by killing people off? She arched a brow. I guess you've never heard of murder for hire? That boy doesn't have the guts for it, or the steel. He ate another nut. And where's the motive? Did he pick those people out of a hat? And there's this. What he's got requires proximity to tap the subconscious. You can't place him at any of the scenes. He said something about remote capabilities. Yeah, it had a fine one, but it wouldn't command this option. Not that I can figure. She sat back, deflated. You're not making my day here, Feeney. Just food for thought. And if he's got a hand in it, he's got help. Or a more personal portable unit. Could it be adjusted into VR goggles? The idea intrigued him, made his hangdog eyes gleam. Can't say for sure. It'll take some time to work that out. I hope you've got the time. He's all I've got, Feeney. If I can't crack him, he's going to walk on the murders. Tucking him away for 10 to 20 on what we've got doesn't do it for me. She huffed out a breath. He'll go for a psych evaluation. He'll go for anything he thinks will buy him a shot. Maybe Mira can pin him. Send him over after the break, Feeney suggested. Let her take him for a couple hours and do yourself a favor. Go home and get some sleep. You run on empty long enough, you drop. Maybe I will. I'll set it up, deal with Whitney. A couple hours off might clear my head. I must be missing something. For once, Somerset wasn't hovering. Eve snuck in the house like a thief, limped her way upstairs. She left a trail of clothes on her way to the bed, and she sighed greedily when she fell on it. 10 minutes later, she was on her back, staring at the ceiling. The aches were bad enough, she thought grumpily, but the stimulator she'd taken hours before hadn't worn off. It was passing, leaving her light-headed with fatigue, while her system still bubbled like a brew. Sleep was not going to happen. She found herself picking apart the pieces of the case, putting them back together. Each time the puzzle formed differently until it was a blurred jumble of facts and theories. At this rate, she wouldn't be close to coherent when she met with Mira. She considered indulging in a long hot bath in lieu of sleep. Then, inspired, she popped up and grabbed a robe. She took the elevator with the purpose of avoiding Somerset and stepped up on the lower level into the garden path of the solarium. A session in the lagoon pool, she decided, was just the ticket. She dumped the robe, padded naked to the dark water, walled in genuine stone and framed with fragrant blooms. When she dipped a toe, she found it blissfully warm. She sat on the first step and set the control panel for jets and bubbles. As the water began to churn, she started to program music. With a quick grimace, she decided she wasn't in the mood for tunes. She simply floated at first, grateful there was no one around to hear her whimpering as the pulsing water worked on her aches. She let herself breathe. Floral perfume. She let herself drift. Simple pleasures. The conflict of fatigue and stimulation balanced out into relaxation. Drugs, she decided, were highly overrated. Water worked wonders. Turning over lazily, she began to swim. slowly at first, while her muscles warmed and limbered. Then she put some kick into it, hoping to work off the excess of the stimulant and revive herself with natural exercise. When the timer clicked and the water calmed, she continued with long, steady strokes, skimmed down to the glossy black bottom until she felt like an embryo in the womb, then broke the surface with a loud, satisfied groan. "You swim like a fish!" Instinct had Eve reaching for her sidearm, only to encounter her own naked ribs. Quickly, she blinked the water out of her eyes and focused on Rihanna. "It's a cliché." She walked to the edge of the pool, "but accurate." She set her shoes aside, sat, and slid her legs into the water. "Do you mind?" "Help yourself." Eve didn't consider herself fanatically modest, but she dipped a little lower. She hated being caught naked. "Were you looking for Rourke?" "No, actually, I've just left him. He and William are still at it upstairs in his office. I was just leaving for a salon appointment." She tugged at her gorgeous, glossy red curls. "I've got to do something about this mop. Somerset mentioned you were down here, so I thought I'd just drop in on you." Somerset, Eve smiled grimly. He'd spotted her after all. "I had a couple of hours personal time. Thought I'd take advantage of it. And what a lovely spot to take it. Rourke's got such amazing class, doesn't he?" "Yeah, you could say so. I really just wanted to stop for a moment to tell you how much I enjoyed last evening. I barely got to speak with you. Such a crowd. And then you were called away." "Cops are lousy socializers," Eve commented, and wondered how to get out and to her robe without feeling like an idiot. Rihanna reached down, cupped water, and let it pour out of her hand. "I hope it wasn't anything dreadful." "Nobody died, if that's what you mean." Then Eve made herself smile. She was lousy at socializing, and she told herself to make a better effort. "Actually, I got a break in the case I've been working on. We took a suspect into custody." "That's good." Rihanna tilted her head, her eyes intrigued. "Would that be the suicide matter we discussed before?" "I'm not really free to say one way or the other at this time." Rihanna smiled. "Cop talk. Well, one way or the other. I've been giving it quite a bit of thought. Your case, or whatever you'd call it, would make a fascinating paper. I've been so busy with tech, I haven't done any writing in some time. I hope when you resolve the matter, and it's public record, I can discuss it with you in some detail." "I can probably do that, if and when." She bent a little. The woman was an expert, after all, and could be of some help. "As it happens, the suspect is being evaluated by Dr. Mira right about now." "Do you ever do behavioral and personality evaluations?" "I have, certainly. From a different angle than Mira. You'd have to say we're two sides of one coin. Our final diagnosis would often be the same, but we'd use a different process and a different viewpoint." "I might need 2 viewpoints before this one's over," Eve mused, measuring Rihanna. "You don't happen to have security clearance, do you?" "As it happens, I do." She continued to swing her legs lazily, but her eyes were alert, interested. "Level 4, Class B." That just skims by. "If it comes up, how would you feel about working for the city as a temporary consultant? I can guarantee long hours, lousy conditions, and low pay." "Who could resist that kind of offer?" Rihanna laughed, tossed back her hair. "Actually, I'd love the opportunity for some hands-on again. Too long in labs, working with machines. William adores that, you know, but I need people. I might just give you a call." Deciding it was more foolish to huddle in the water than to climb casually out, Eve stood. "You know where to reach?" "Dear God, Eve! What happened to you?" Instantly, Rihanna was swinging her legs back, rising. "You're black and blue!" Hazards of the job. She managed to snag one of the body towels stacked near the edge and started to wind it around her when Rihanna tugged it away. "Let me have a look at you." "You haven't been treated." Her fingers probed at Eve's hip. "Hey, do you mind? I certainly do." Impatient, Rihanna lifted her eyes. "Oh, be still. Not only am I female and have personal knowledge of the female body, but I've got a medical degree. What have you done for that knee? It looks nasty." "Ice bandage." "It's better." "Then I'd hate to have seen it when it wasn't." "Why haven't you been to a health center? or at least an MT stop, because I hate them, and I haven't had time. Well, you've got time now. I want you to lie down on that massage table. I'll get my emergency kit out of the car and deal with this. Look, I appreciate it. She had to raise her voice as Rihanna was already striding away. But they're just bruises. You'll be lucky if you didn't chip a bone in that hip. With this dark promise, Rihanna stepped into the elevator, and the doors snapped shut. Oh, thanks, I feel heaps better now. Resigned, Eve toweled off, put on her robe, then reluctantly went to the padded table beneath an arbor of wildly blooming wisteria. She'd no more than settled when Rihanna was back, stalking over the tiles with a neat leather case in her hand. The woman could move, Eve mused. I thought you had a salon date. I called. Switched times. Lie back. We'll deal with that knee first. You charge extra for house calls? Rihanna smiled a little as she opened her case. Eve took one glance inside, turned her head away. Christ, she hated medicine. This one's free. We can consider it practice. I haven't worked on a human in nearly 2 years. That inspires confidence. Eve closed her eyes as Rihanna took out a mini-scanner and examined her knee. Why haven't you? Well, it's not broken, so that's something. Badly wrenched and inflamed. Why? She dug into her case again. Rourke's part of the reason. He made William and me an offer impossible to refuse. The money was seductive, and Rourke knows which buttons to push. Eve hissed as something stingingly cold was pressed to her knee. You're telling me? He was aware I had a long personal interest in behavioral patterns and effects of stimulation. The opportunity to create new technology, working with virtually unlimited funds, was too tempting to miss. Vanity couldn't resist the chance to be a part of something new, and with Rourke behind it, undoubtedly successful. Closing her eyes had been a mistake, Eve realized. She was starting to float. The throbbing in her hip slowed. She felt Rihanna's gentle fingers smoothing something cool and slick over it. Her shoulder received the same treatment. The absence of pain was like a trank and tugged her deeper. He never seems to miss. No, not since I've known him. I've got a meeting in a couple hours, Eve said thickly. Rest first. Rihanna removed the poultice from Eve's knee and was pleased to see the swelling had already gone down. I'm going to put another deep-healing poultice on this, then an ice bandage to finish it off. It's still likely to be a bit stiff after prolonged use. I'd advise you to baby it for the next couple of days. Sure. Baby it. Did you get all this last night, rounding up your suspect? No, before. He didn't give me any trouble. Little bastard. Her brows knit, digging a line between them. Can't nail him, though. Just can't nail it down. I'm sure you will. Rihanna's voice was soothing as she continued the treatment. You're thorough and involved. I saw you on one of the news channels, going out on the ledge with Cerise Devane, risking your life. Lost her. Yes, I know. Efficiently, Rihanna coated the treated bruises with numbing cream. It was horrible. Visually shocking. More so for you, I'd imagine. You'd have seen her face, her eyes, up close as she went off. She was smiling. Yes, I could see that. She wanted to die. Did she? She said it was beautiful, the ultimate experience. Satisfied she'd done all she could, Rihanna picked up another towel, spread it over Eve. There are some who believe that. Death as the ultimate human experience. No matter how advanced medicine and technology, none of us escape it. Since we're destined for it in any case, why not see it as a goal rather than an obstacle? It's meant to be fought, every bloody inch of the way. Not everyone has the energy or the need to fight. Some go gently. She picked up Eve's limp hand, automatically checking the pulse. Some go resistantly, but all go. Somebody sent her. That makes it murder. That makes it mine. Rihanna tucked Eve's arm under the towel. Yes, I suppose it does. Get some sleep. I'll tell Somerset to wake you in time to make your meeting. Thanks, really. It's nothing. She touched Eve's shoulder. Between friends. She studied Eve a moment longer, then glanced at her diamond-studded watch. She was going to have to push to make her rescheduled salon date, but there was just one minor detail to see to yet. She repacked her kit, left a tube of numbing cream on the table for Eve, and hurried out. Chapter 18. Eve paced the soft, pretty carpet in Dr. Mira's office, hands jammed in her pockets, head lowered like a bull preparing for the charge. I don't get it. How can his profile not fit? I've got him cold on the lesser charges. The little prick's been playing with people's brains, reveling in it. It isn't a matter of fitting, Eve. It's a matter of probabilities. Patient, calm, Mira sat in her comfy body-molding chair and sipped jasmine tea. She needed it, she mused. The air was foaming with Eve's frustration and energy. You have his confession and the evidence that he has been experimenting with individualized brain pattern influence, and I quite agree he has a lot to answer for. But as to coercion to self-termination, I can't, in any decisive manner, corroborate your suspicions through my evaluation. Well, that's just great. She spun on her heel. Rihanna's treatment and the hour's nap had restored her. If anything, her color was high, her eyes overbright. Without your corroboration, Whitney's not going to buy the package, which means the PA won't buy it. I can't adjust my report to suit you, Eve. Who's asking you to? Eve threw up her hands, then dug them into her pockets. What doesn't fit, for Christ's sake? The man's got a God complex any idiot before vision reconstruction surgery could spot. I agree that his personality pattern leans toward an excess of ego, and his temperament has a high caliber of the artiste under siege. Mira sighed. I wish you'd sit down. You're making me tired. Eve dropped into a chair, scowled. There, I'm sitting. Explain. Mira had to smile. The sheer drive and unrelenting focus was admirable. Do you know, Eve, I can never understand why impatience is so attractive on you, and how, with such a high volume of it, you still manage to be thorough in your work. I'm not here for analysis, Doctor. I know. I only wish I could convince you to agree to regular sessions, but that's another subject for another time. You have my report. But to summarize my findings, the subject is egocentric, self-congratulatory, and one who habitually rationalizes his antisocial behavior as art. He's also brilliant. Dr. Mira sighed a little, shook her head. A truly fine mind. He was nearly off the scale in the standard Trislow and Secor tests. Good for him, Eve muttered. Let's put his brain on disk and give him a few suggestions. Your reaction is understandable, Mira said mildly. Human nature is resistant to any sort of mind control. Addicts rationalize by deluding themselves that they're in control. She rolled her shoulders. In any case, the subject has an admirable, even astonishing skill for visualization and logic. He's also fully aware, and smug, if you will, about those skills. Under the surface charm, he is, to use your unscientific term, a prick, but I cannot, in good conscience, label him a murderer. I'm not worried about your conscience. Eve set her teeth. He's able to design and operate equipment that is capable of influencing behavior in targeted individuals. I have 4 dead bodies whose minds, I know, were influenced to self-termination. And logically, there should be a connection. Mira sat back, reached over, and programmed tea for Eve. But you don't have a sociopath in holding, Eve. She passed Eve a fragrant, steaming cup they both knew she didn't want. As there is, of yet, no clear motive for these deaths, and if they were indeed coerced, it's my considered opinion that it's a sociopath who is responsible. So what separates him? He likes people, Mira said simply, and wants, quite desperately, to be liked and admired by them. Manipulative, yes, but he believes he's created a great boon to humankind, one he'll make a profit on, certainly. So maybe he just got carried away. Isn't that what he called his use of Rourke the night before, Eve thought? He'd just gotten carried away. And maybe he isn't as much in control of his equipment as he thinks. That's possible. From another angle, Jess enjoys his work. He needs to be a party to the results of it. His ego requires that he see, experience at least a part of what he's caused. He wasn't in the damn closet with us, Eve thought, but was afraid she understood Mira's meaning, the way Jess had looked for her, at her when they'd come back to the party, the way he'd smiled. This isn't what I want to hear. I know that. Listen to me. Eve set her cup aside. This man is a child, an emotionally stunted savant. His vision and his music are more real to him, certainly more important than people, but he doesn't discount people. Overall, I simply find no evidence that he would risk his freedom and his freedom of expression to kill. Eve sipped tea out of reflex rather than desire. If he had a partner, she speculated, thinking of Feeney's theory. It's possible. He wouldn't be a man who would happily share his accomplishments. Still, he has a great need for both adulation and financial success. It might be possible, if he found himself in need of assistance on some level of his design, he entered into a partnership. Then why didn't he roll over? Eve shook her head. He's a coward. He'd have rolled. No way he'd take the heat for this alone. She sipped again, letting her thoughts play out. What if he were genetically imprinted towards sociopathic behavior? He's intelligent, canny enough to mask it, but it's simply part of his makeup. Branded at conception? Mira nearly sniffed. I don't subscribe to that school. Upbringing, environment, education, choices both moral and immoral form us into what we are. We are not born monsters or saints. But there are experts in the field who believe we are, and she had one, Eve mused, at her disposal. Mira read her easily enough, and couldn't prevent the prick to her pride. If you wish to consult with Dr. Ott on this matter, it's your privilege. I'm sure she'd be thrilled. Eve wasn't sure whether to wince or smile. Mira very rarely sounded testy. That wasn't meant as an insult to your skills, Doctor. I need a hammer here. You can't provide it. Let me tell you what I think about the branding at birth issue, Lieutenant. It's a cop-out, plain and simple. It's a crutch. I couldn't help setting fire to that building and burning hundreds of people alive. I was born an arsonist. I couldn't stop myself from battering that old woman to death for her handful of credits. My mother was a thief. It quite simply infuriated her to think of that ploy being used to blot out responsibility, and on the other side, to scar those who were defenseless against the monsters who bore them. It excuses us from humanity, she continued, from morality, from right and wrong. We can say we were marked in the womb and never had a chance. She angled her head. You, of all people, should know better. This isn't about me. Eve set her cup down with a snap. It isn't about where I came from or what I made myself. It's about 4 people that I'm aware of who weren't given a choice, and someone has to answer for that. One thing, Mira added as Eve rose. Are you focused on this man because of personal insults to you and those you love, or because of the dead you represent? Maybe it's both, Eve admitted after a moment. She didn't contact Rihanna, not yet. She wanted a little time to let it stew in her mind, and she was delayed by finding Nadine first in her office. How'd you get past desk security? Eve demanded. Oh, I have my ways. Nadine swung her leg, beamed a friendly smile. And most of the cops around here know you and I have a history. What do you want? I wouldn't say no to a cup of coffee. Grudgingly, Eve turned to the auto chef, pumped up 2 cups. Make it fast, Nadine. Crime is rampant in our city, and that keeps us both in business. What did you get called out on last night, Dallas? Excuse me? Come on, I was at the party. Mavis was terrific, by the way. First you and Rourke take off. She sipped delicately. It didn't take a sharp reporter like me to get an inkling of what that was about. She wiggled her brows, chuckling when Eve simply stared. But your sex life isn't news, at least on my beat. We were running out of shrimp patties. We ran down to the kitchen and made some up. It would have been so embarrassing. Yeah. Nadine waved that away and concentrated on her coffee. Even in the upper echelons of Channel 75, they rarely had access to such potent brew. Then I notice, being the keen observer that I am, that you sweep Jess Barrow off and out at the end of the set. Never came back, either of you. We're having a mad, illicit affair, Eve said dryly. You may want to turn that over to the gossip desk. And I'm boinking a one-armed sex droid. You always were an explorer. Actually, there was this unit once, but I digress. Rourke, in his usual charming fashion, manages to move the lingering guests along, herds the hangers-on into the recreation center. Great hologram deck, by the way, and gives your regrets. Duty calls? Nadine angled her head. Funny. Nothing shows on my cop scanner that would have pulled our ace homicide detective out at that time of night. Not everything goes out on the scanner, Nadine. And I'm just a soldier. I go when and where I'm told. Sell it to someone else. I know how tight you are with Mavis. Nothing but top level would have pulled you away at her big moment. She leaned forward. Where's Jess Barrow, Dallas? And what the hell has he done? I don't have anything to give you, Nadine. Come on, Dallas, you know me. I'll hold it down until I get the go-ahead. Who'd he kill? Switch the channel, Eve advised, then pulled out her communicator when it beeped. Display only, no audio. Quickly she scanned the transmission from Peabody, manually requested a meeting, including Feeney, in 20 minutes. She set the communicator on the desk, turned back to the auto chef to see if there were any soy chips available. She needed something to sop up the caffeine. I've got work, Nadine, Eve continued, when she discovered she had nothing but an irradiated egg sandwich in stock, and nothing to bump up your ratings. You're holding out on me. I know you've got Jess in custody. I've got sources in holding. Annoyed, Eve turned back. Holding was innately ripe with leaks. I can't help you. Are you charging him? The charges are not for broadcast at this time. Damn it, Dallas! I'm on the edge here, Eve snapped, and it could go either way. Don't push me. If and when I'm free to speak to the media on the matter, you'll be the first. You'll have to be satisfied with that. You mean I have to be satisfied with nothing? Nadine rose. You've got something big, or you wouldn't be so snotty about it. I'm only asking for a... She broke off as Mavis burst in. Jesus, Dallas! Jesus! How could you arrest Jess? What are you doing? Mavis, damn it! She could visualize Nadine's reporter's ears growing longer and sharper. Sit, she demanded, stabbing a finger at a chair. Then at Nadine. You out. Have a heart, Dallas. Nadine attached herself to Mavis. Can't you see how upset she is? Let me get you some coffee, Mavis. I said out, and I mean it. At her wit's end, Eve rubbed her hands over her face. Take off, Nadine, or I'll put you on the blackout list. As a threat, it had punch. The blackout list meant there wouldn't be a cop in the homicide division who'd give Nadine the right time, much less a story lead. Okay, fine, but I'm not dropping this. There were other ways to dig, she thought, and other tools to dig with. She snatched up her bag, gave Eve one last bitter look, then flounced out. How could you? Mavis demanded. Dallas, how could you do this? To ensure some level of privacy, Eve shut the door. Her headache had come full circle and was now gleefully throbbing behind her eyes. Mavis, this is my job here. Your job? Her eyes were laser blue today, and red-rimmed from weeping. It was touching the way they matched the cobalt streaks in her scarlet hair. What about my career? I finally get the break I've been waiting for, working for, and you toss my partner into a cage. And for what? Her voice hitched. Because he came on to you and pissed Rourke off? What? Her mouth fell open, worked silently before she could get her tongue around words. Where the hell did you get that? I just got off the link with Jess. He's devastated. I can't believe you'd play this way, Dallas. Her eyes began to leak again. I know Rourke's premiere with you, but we've got history. At that moment, with Mavis noisily weeping into her hands, Eve could have cheerfully strangled Jess Barrow. Yeah, we've got history, and you should know I don't play that way. I don't toss someone in a cage because I find them a personal annoyance. Would you sit down? I don't need to sit. She wailed it, made Eve wince as the sound acted as a dull point of an edgy knife on her brain. Well, I do. She dropped into a chair. How much could she safely tell a civilian without crossing the line, she thought. And how far over the line was she willing to go? She looked at Mavis again, sighed. As far as it took. Jess is the prime suspect in 4 deaths. What? What bend did you go around since last night? Jess wouldn't— Be quiet, Eve snapped. I haven't got him solid on that yet, but I'm working on it. I do, however, have him on other charges, serious charges. Now, if you'd stop blubbering and sit the hell down, I'll tell you what I can. You didn't even stay and watch my whole act. Mavis managed to fall into a chair, but she didn't manage to stop blubbering. Oh, Mavis, I'm sorry. Eve dragged a hand through her hair. She was lousy with weepers. I couldn't— There was nothing I could do. Mavis! Jess is into mind control. Huh? It was such a wild statement coming from the most grounded person she knew that Mavis stopped crying long enough to sniffle and gape. Huh? He's developed a program that accesses brainwave patterns and influences behavior, and he's used it on me, on Rourke, on you. On me? No, he didn't. Get genuine here, Dallas. This is too Frankenstein. Jess isn't a mad scientist. He's a musician. He's an engineer, a musicologist, and a prick. Eve took a deep breath, then related as much as she felt was necessary. As she spoke, Mavis's tears dried up, hardening her eyes. Her bottom lip quivered once, then thinned. He used me to get to you, to get to Rourke. I was just a spring. Then once I'd bounced him to you, he fucked with your mind. This is not your fault. Stop it, Eve ordered when Mavis's eyes started to shimmer again. I mean it. I'm tired, I'm pressed, and my head is about to explode. I don't need this soggy routine from you right now. It's not your fault. You were used, and so was I. He was hoping for Rourke's backing on his project. It didn't make me less of a cop, or you less of a performer. You're good, and you got better. He knew you could, and that's why he used you. He's too damn arrogant about his talent to have linked himself up with a dud. He wanted somebody who could shine, and you did. Mavis swiped a hand under her nose. Really? It was that one word, delivered with such shaky hope, that made Eve realize how far Mavis's ego had sunk. Yeah, really. You were great, Mavis. That's solid. Okay. She wiped at her eyes. I guess my feelings got hurt when you didn't hang for the act. Leonardo said I was being silly. You wouldn't have split if you hadn't had to split. She took a long breath that lifted her thin shoulders, then dropped them again. Then Jess, when he called, he laid all this stuff on me. I shouldn't have bought into it. It doesn't matter. We'll smooth out the rest later. I'm pressed here, Mavis. I don't have much time to wrap this up. You think he killed people? I have to find out. She looked over at the knock on her door. Peabody stepped in, hesitated. Sorry, Lieutenant. Should I wait outside? No, I'm going. Mavis sniffled, rose, sent Eve a watery smile. Sorry about the flood and everything. We'll mop it up. I'll talk to you when I can. Don't worry about this. Mavis nodded, and her lowered lashes concealed the quick flare in her eyes. She intended to do more than worry. Everything all right here, Lieutenant? Peabody asked when Mavis left them alone. Actually, Peabody, everything's fucked. Eve sat, tried to drill holes in her temples with her fingers to release the pressure. Mira doesn't think our boy has the personality profile for murder. I've insulted her because I'm going for another consultant. Nadine First is sniffing too close to the center, and I've just broken Mavis's heart and shattered her ego. Peabody waited a beat. Well, other than that, how are things? Cute. But it did prod a reluctant smile. Damn, give me a nice clear murder any day over this psychological crap. Those were the good old days, all right. Peabody shifted to make room as Feeney stepped in. Well, the gang's all here. Let's get to work. Status? Eve asked Feeney. Sweepers found more discs at the suspect's studio. So far, no matches on victims. He kept a log of his work. Uncomfortable, Feeney shifted. Jess had been very explicit in his speculations on results, including the sexual nudge he'd given Eve and Rourke. He names names, times, suggestions. There's no mention of any of the 4 dead. I've been through his communications system. No transmissions to or from any of the victims. Well, that's dandy. Feeney shifted his feet again, and his color fluctuated into a blush. I've sealed the work log for your eyes only. Her brows knit. Why? He, talks about you a lot, on a personal level. He focused his eyes an inch over Eve's head. Again, he's very explicit in his speculations. Yeah, he made it clear he was overly interested in my head. He isn't just interested in that part of your anatomy. Feeney puffed out his cheeks, blew the air out. He considered it would be an entertaining experiment to attempt to, what? Influence your behavior toward him in a sexual manner. Eve let out a snort. It wasn't just the words, but Feeney's stiffly formal delivery. He figured he could use his toy to get me into the sack? Great. We can lay another charge on him, intent to sexually molest. Did he say anything about me? Peabody wanted to know, and received a glare from Eve. That's sick, officer. Just wondering. We're adding to his cage time, Eve continued, but we're not pinning him on the big one. And Mira's profile is going to work against us. Lieutenant, Peabody sucked in her breath and took the chance. Have you considered that she's right? That he's not responsible? Yeah, I have, and that scares the hell out of me. If she's right, there's someone else out there with a brain toy, and we're not even close. So we all better hope we've got our man safely locked away. Speaking of our man, Feeney broke in, you better know he's lawyered himself. I figured he would. Anybody we know? Leonore Bastwick. Well, hell, small world. She wants to make points off of you, Dallas. Feeney took out his bag of nuts, offered them to Peabody. She's raring to go. Wants to set up a media conference. Word is she took 'em on pro bono, just for the shot at you, and the media coverage this will get once it hits. She can take her shot. We can block the press conference for 24 hours. We'd better solidify before then. I pulled a thread loose, Peabody told her. It might unravel more with some tugging. Matthias did indeed attend MIT for 2 semesters. Unfortunately, his term there was 3 years after Jess did his at-home degree, but Jess used his alumni status to access data from their files. He also taught an E-class elective on musicology, which the university uploaded into their library curriculum. Matthias took the course during his last semester. Eve felt a quick power surge. That's something to tug on. Good work. It connects, finally. And maybe we've been looking in the wrong place. Pearlie was the first known victim. What if he's the one who was connected with the others? It could be as simple as their common interest in electronic games. We looked there already. So look again, she told Peabody, and look deeper. Not all the clubs and loops are above ground. If Matthias was used to help develop the system, he might have bragged about it. Those hobby hackers use all kinds of compu names. Can you find his? Eventually, Feeney agreed. You can contact Jack Carter. He was his roommate on Olympus. Maybe he can give you a boost on them. Peabody, contact Devane's son. See what you can shake out of him on this angle. I'll work on the Fitzhugh angle. She glanced at her watch. I'll make a stop first. Maybe I can cut through some of the layers. She felt she was back to square one, looking for the connection. There had to be one, and she was going to have to involve Rourke to find it. She called him from her car link. Well, hello, Lieutenant. How was your nap? Too short and too long ago. How long are you going to be in Midtown? Another few hours at any rate. Why? I'm coming by. Now, can you squeeze me in? He smiled. Always. It's business, she said, and cut him off before she could smile back. Daring her auto drive, she programmed destination, then used her link again. Nadine. Nadine angled her head, shot Eve a cold look. Lieutenant? 9 a.m., my office. Should I bring a lawyer? Bring your recorder. I'll give you a jump on tomorrow's press conference regarding Jess Barrow. What press conference? The image and voice quality sharpened as Nadine went immediately to private, dragging headphones over her hair. There's nothing on schedule. There will be. You want that jump, and you want the official report from the primary. Be there at 9. What's the catch? Senator Purley. Get me everything. Not the official data, the quiet stuff. His hobbies, playgrounds, his underground connections. Purley was clean as a church choir. You don't have to be dirty to play underground. You just have to be curious. And what makes you think I can get private data on a government official? Because you're you, Nadine. Feed the data to my home unit, and I'll see you at 900 hours. You'll beat the pack by 2 hours easy. Think of those ratings. I'm thinking. Deal, she snapped, and signed off. When Eve was able to glide smoothly into the parking facility at Rourke's Midtown office, she began to think more kindly toward vehicle maintenance. Her VIP space was waiting, locking its security shield the moment she shut down. The elevator accepted her palm print and zoomed her up to the top floor in a quiet, dignified ride. She'd never get used to it. Rourke's personal assistant beamed at her, welcomed her home, welcomed her in, and escorted her through the plush outer offices, down the streamlined corridor, and into the elegant efficiency of Rourke's private office. But he wasn't alone. Sorry. She struggled not to frown at Rihanna and William. I'm interrupting. Not at all. Rourke walked over, kissed her lightly. We're just finishing up. Your husband's quite the slave driver. William held out a hand to shake Eve's warmly. If you hadn't come along, Rihanna and I would have had to do without our dinner. That's William, Rihanna laughed. He's either thinking of electronics or his stomach. Or you. Can you join us? He asked Eve. I thought we'd try the French place on the skyline level. Cops never eat. Eve tried to adjust herself to the easy social tone. But thanks. You need regular fuel to help the healing process. Rihanna narrowed her eyes for a quick professional survey. Any pain? Not much. I appreciate the personal service. And I wonder if I could speak to you for a few minutes on an official matter, if you have time after your meal. Of course. Curiosity flitted over her face. Could I ask what it's about? The possibility of doing a consult on a case I'm working on. If you're agreeable, I'd need to do it tomorrow, early. A consult on an actual human being? I'm there. Rihanna's weary of machines, William put in. She's been making noises for weeks about going back into private practice. VR, holograms, autotronics? She rolled her beautiful eyes. I long for flesh and blood. Rourke has set us up on the 32nd level, West Wing. I should be able to nudge William through a meal in an hour. Just meet me there. Thanks. Oh, and Rourke, Rihanna continued as she and William started toward the door, we'd love to have that personal take on the new unit as soon as you can manage it. And she calls me a slave driver. Tonight, before I leave. Wonderful. Later, Eve. Food, Rihanna. I'm dreaming of Coquille Saint-Jacques. William was laughing as he pulled her out of the door. I didn't mean to break up your meeting, Eve began. You didn't. And you've given me a breather before I have to dig into the mountain of status reports. I've had all the data on that VR unit you're concerned about transmitted. I've skimmed the surface, but I found nothing out of line so far. That's something. She'd rest easier once she could eliminate that angle. William would be able to spot any problem quicker, he added. But as he and Ree were in on the development, I didn't think you'd care to pass it by him. No, let's keep it close. Rihanna was concerned about you. So am I. She gave me a going-over. She's good. Yes, she is. Still, he tipped Eve's face back with a fingertip. You've got a headache. What's the point of illegal brain scans when you can already see into my head? She closed her hand over his wrist before he could drop his arm. I can't see into yours. It's annoying. I know. His lips curved as he pressed them to her brow. I love you. Ridiculously. I didn't come here for this, she murmured when his arms wound around her. Take a minute anyway. I need it. He could feel the outline of the diamond around her neck, one she had worn first reluctantly, and now habitually. That'll do it. He eased her back, pleased that she'd held on another moment. She so rarely held on. What's on your mind, Lieutenant? Peabody dug up a thin connection between Barrow and Matthias. I want to see if I can tighten it. How much trouble would it be to access underground transmissions using MIT's online services as a starting point? His eyes lighted. I love a challenge. He moved around the desk, engaged his unit, then slid open a hidden panel under it, flicked a switch manually. What's that? Her teeth went on edge. Is that a block system? Did you just tune out CompuGuard? That would be illegal, wouldn't it? He said cheerfully. He reached over his shoulder to pat her hand. Don't ask the question, Lieutenant, if you don't want to hear the answer. Now, what time period are you interested in particularly? Scowling, she dug out her log, read off the dates of Matthias's attendance at MIT. I'm looking for Matthias specifically. I don't know what line names he used yet. Feeney's getting them. Oh, I think I can find them for you. Why don't you see about ordering us a meal? No reason to go hungry. Coquille Saint-Jacques, she said dryly. Steak, rare. He slid out a keyboard and began to work manually. Chapter 19. Eve ate, standing up, breathing down Rourke's neck. When he'd had enough of that, he simply reached around and pinched her. Back off. I'm just trying to see. But she backed off. You've been at it a half hour. He imagined, with the equipment available at Cop Central, even Feeney would have taken twice as long to get to that same point. Darlin' Eve, he said, then sighed when she only frowned at him. There are layers here, Lieutenant, layers over layers. That's why they call it underground. I've located 2 of the coded names our young doomed Autotronics ace used. There'll be more. Still, it takes some doing to unscramble transmissions. He turned the machine on auto so he could enjoy his own dinner. It's all just games, isn't it? Eve shifted so she could see the screen run with figures and odd symbols as it worked. Just grown-up kids playing games. Secret societies. Hell, they're just high-tech clubhouses. More or less. Most of us enjoy diversions, Eve. Games, fantasies, the anonymity of a computer mask so we can pretend we're someone else for a time. Games, she thought again. Maybe it all boiled down to games, and she just hadn't looked closely enough at the rules and players. What's wrong with being who you are? It's not enough for everyone. And this sort of thing attracts the lonely and the egocentric. And fanatics. Certainly. E-services, particularly underground ones, provide the fanatic with an open forum. He cocked a brow, cut neatly into his steak. They also provide a service, educational for that matter, informative, intellectual, and can be perfectly harmless entertainment. They're legal, he reminded her. Even the underground ones aren't closely regulated, and that stems mainly from the fact that it's nearly impossible to do so, and cost-prohibitive. EDD keeps a line on them. To some extent. Look here. He swung back, tapped out a few keys, and had a display sliding onto one of the wall screens. See that? It's nothing more than a somewhat amusing diatribe about a new version of Camelot, a multi-user role-playing program, hologram optional, he explained. Everyone wants to be king. And there, he gestured to another screen, a very straightforward advertisement for a partner in Erotica, a sexual fantasy VR program, dual remote controls mandatory. He grinned at her knitted brow. One of my companies manufactures it. It's quite popular. I bet. She didn't ask if he'd tried it out himself. Some data she didn't need. I don't get it. You can rent a licensed companion, probably cheaper than the cost of that program. You get sex in the flesh. Why do you need this? Fantasy, darling. Having control or abdicating it. And you can run the program over and over, with nearly unlimited variations. It's mood again, and mind. All fantasies are mood and mind. Even the fatal ones, she said slowly. Isn't that what this is all about? Having control. Ultimate control over someone else's mood and mind. They don't even know they're playing the game. That's the big kick. You'd need a huge ego and no conscience. Mira says Jess doesn't fit. Ah, that's a problem, isn't it? She flicked a look down at him. You don't sound surprised. He's what, in my alley days in Dublin, we would have called a fug. Cross between a fuck and a pug. Lots of mouth and no balls. I never met a fug who could draw blood without whining. She cleaned the steak off her plate and set it aside. It seems to me that killing in this manner is bloodless. Cowardly. Fug-like. He grinned at that. Well put, but fugs don't kill. They just talk. She hated that she was beginning to agree, and had muscled her way down what looked like a dead end with Jess Barrow. I've got to have more. How much longer do you figure? Until I'm through? You can keep yourself occupied with the data on the VR unit. I'll come back to it. I'm going to go down to Rihanna's office. I can just leave her a memo about Jess if she's not back from dinner. Fine. He didn't try to dissuade her. She had to move, he knew, to take some action. Will you come back up when you're done, or will I meet you at home? I don't know. He looked perfect there, she thought, sitting in his snazzy office, manipulating controls. Maybe everyone wanted to be king, she mused, but Rourke was content being Rourke. His gaze shifted to hers, held. Yes, Lieutenant? You're exactly what you want to be. That's a pretty good deal. Most of the time. And so are you what you want to be. Most of the time, she murmured. I'll check in with Feeney and Peabody after I meet with Rihanna, see if anything's come loose. Thanks for dinner, and the computime. You can pay me back. He took her hand, rose. I want very much to make love with you tonight. You don't have to ask. Flustered, she moved her shoulders. We got married and everything. Let's just say asking is part of the fantasy. He moved in, just a little, touched his lips to hers, just a whisper. Let me woo you tonight, darling Eve. Let me surprise you. Let me seduce you. He laid a hand on her heart, felt the hard, thick beat of it. There, he murmured. I've already started. Her knees were quivering. Thanks. That's just what I need to keep my mind focused on my work. 2 hours. This time he lingered over the kiss. Then let's take something for ourselves. I'll try. She stepped back while she was sure she still could, walked quickly toward the door. Then she turned back, just looked at him. 2 hours, she told him. Then you can finish what you started. She heard him laugh as she closed the door, and hurried toward the elevator. 39 West, she ordered, then found herself smiling. Yes, they'd take something for themselves, she decided. Something Jess and his nasty little toy had tried to steal from them. Then she stopped, and her smile faded. Was that the problem here, she wondered? Was she so focused on that, on a kind of personal retribution, That she was missing something bigger or smaller? If Mira was right, and Rourke with his fug theory was on the mark, then she was off. It was time, she admitted, to pull back a bit, refocus. It was a tech crime, she mused. But tech crimes still require the human element: motive, emotion, greed, hate, jealousy, and power. Which of those, or which combination of those, was at the core of this? She could see both greed and a hunger for power in Jess, but would he kill for them? Steely-minded, she replayed his reaction to the morgue shots in her mind. Would a man who had caused that to happen, had directed it to happen, react with such violent distress when faced with the results? Not impossible, she decided, but it didn't fit her image of the hand on the button. He enjoyed seeing the results of his work, she remembered. He liked to snicker over them and note them down in his log. Did he have another log? One the sweepers missed? She'd have to take a trip through his studio herself. Deep in thought, she stepped out on 39, scanned the shielded glass walls of a lab. It was quiet here. Security in full swing, as indicated by the cameras in full view, the warning red beep of motion detectors. If there were any drones still at work, they were behind closed doors. She placed her palm on a plate, received verification, answered the request for voice print by giving her name, then requested the location of Rihanna's office. "You are cleared for top level, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Proceed left through Breezeway, then right at termination. Dr. Ott's office is 5 meters beyond this point. It will not be necessary to repeat this procedure to gain entry. You are cleared." She wondered if Rourke or Rihanna had cleared her through, and followed the directions. The breezeway impressed her, offering a full view of the city on all sides. She could look between her own feet and see the life bustling on the street below. The music piped in was energetic and made her think sourly of some musicologist's idea of fueling drones with enthusiasm for their work. Wasn't that just one more kind of mind control? She passed a door bearing an imprint that identified it as Williams. A game master, she thought. It might be helpful to get his input, pick his brain, jiggle a few hypotheses out of him. She knocked, watched his recorder light beep red for locked. "I'm sorry, William Schaefer is not currently in his office. Please leave your name and any message. He will respond as soon as possible." "It's Dallas. Look, William, if you've got a couple minutes when you finish dinner, I've got something I'd like to run by you. I'm going to drop by Rihanna's office now. I'll leave a memo if she's not there. I'll be in the building or at home later if you've got time to talk to me." As she turned away, she glanced at her watch. How long did it take to eat, for God's sake? You picked up food, put it in your mouth, chewed and swallowed. She found Rihanna's office, knocked. She hesitated for less than 5 seconds when the recorder light beeped green, then slid the door open. If Rihanna didn't want her inside, she'd have kept it locked, Eve decided, and indulged herself in a thorough study. It looked like Rihanna, she decided, polished to a bright sheen, underlying sexual tones in the slashes of fiery red in the laser art against cool white walls. The desk faced the window to provide Rihanna with a constant view of the busy sky traffic. The sitting area was plush, with a deeply cushioned body-form lounger that still held the imprint of its last occupant. Rihanna's curves were impressive, even in silhouette. The clear plasticide table was hard as stone and was intricately carved with diamond patterns that caught and refracted the light from an arched-neck lamp with a rose-toned shade. Eve picked up the VR goggles laid on it, saw they were indeed Rourke's latest model, and set them down again. They still made her uncomfortable. Turning away, she studied the workstation across the room. Nothing soft or feminine about that area, she noted. It was all business. Slick white counter, muscle-flexing equipment even now hard at work. She heard the low hum of a computer on auto, frowned at the symbols flickering on the monitor. They looked similar to what she'd tried to decipher from Rourke's screen. But then, computer codes all looked the same to her. Curious, she walked over to the desk, but nothing interesting had been left out to examine. A silver pen, a pair of pretty gold earrings, a hologram of William wearing a flight suit and grinning youthfully. A short printout, again in that baffling computer code. Eve sat on the edge of the desk. She didn't want to fit her wiry build into the imprint left by Rihanna's. Pulling out her communicator, she tagged Peabody. "Anything?" "Devaine's son is willing to cooperate. He's aware of the interest she had in games, particularly role-playing. It wasn't an interest he shared, but he claims he knows one of her usual partners. He dated her for a short time. I've got her name. She lives right here in New York. I have the data. Should I transmit?" "I think you can handle an interview solo. Arrange a meet. Bring her in only if she refuses to cooperate. Report back." "Yes, sir." Peabody's voice remained sober, but her eyes lighted with the assignment. "I'm on my way." Satisfied, Eve tried for Feeney, hid his frequency occupied recording. She had to settle for leaving a request for contact. The door opened. Rihanna stopped her rush inside when she spotted Eve at her desk. "Oh, Eve, I didn't expect you quite yet." "Time's part of my problem." "I see." She smiled, let the door shut. "I suppose Rourke cleared you in?" "I guess he did. Problem?" No. Rihanna waved her hand. "I'm distracted, I suppose. William went on endlessly about some glitches he's concerned about. I left him brooding over his creme brulee." She flicked a glance toward her humming computer. "The work never stops around here. R&D's a 24/7 proposition." She smiled. "Like police work, I imagine." "Well, I didn't take time for brandy. Would you like some?" "No, thanks. On duty." "Coffee, then?" Rihanna moved over to a counter, requested a snifter of brandy, a cup of black coffee. "You'll have to excuse my lack of focus. We're a little behind schedule today. Rourke needed data on the new VR model, and he wanted it from conception to implementation." "That was yours. I didn't realize that until he mentioned it just now." "Oh, William's, mostly, though I had a small part. Now." She handed Eve the coffee, then took her brandy around the desk to sit. "What can I do for you?" "I'm hoping you'll agree to that consult. The subject is currently in custody, now lawyered, but I don't think we'll be blocked there. I need a profile, angling from your particular area of expertise." "Genetic branding." Rihanna tapped her fingers. "Interesting. What are the charges?" "I'm not free to discuss that until I have your agreement and clear the session with my commander. Once that's done, I'd like the testing scheduled for 700. 7 a.m.? Rihanna winced. "Ouch! And here I'm a night owl rather than a lark. You want me up and running at that hour? Give me some incentive." She smiled a little. "I can assume you've already had Mira test your subject, and the results weren't to your liking?" "Second opinions aren't unusual." It was a defensive answer. She felt defensive. And, Eve realized, she felt guilty. "No, but Dr. Mira's reports are sterling, and they're very rarely questioned. You want him badly. I want the truth badly. To find it, I have to separate theory and lies and deceptions." She pushed off the desk. "Look, I thought you were interested in doing this sort of thing." "I am, very, but I like to know what I'm dealing with. I'd need the subject's brain scan." "I've got it, in evidence." "Really?" Her eyes gleamed, cat-like. "It's also important to have all available data on his biological parents. Are they known?" "We accessed that data for Dr. Mira's test. It'll be available to you." Rihanna leaned back, swirling her brandy. It must be murder. Her lips twitched at Eve's expression. "After all, that's your field. The study of the taking of lives." "You could put it that way." "How do you put it?" "The investigation of the takers." "Ah, yes, but in order to do so, you study the dead. And death itself. How it happened, what caused it, what transpired in those last moments between the taker and the victim. Fascinating. What kind of personality is required to study death routinely, day after day, year after year, as a vocation? Does it scar you, Eve? Or harden you?" "It pisses you off," she said shortly, "and I don't have time to philosophize." "Sorry, bad habit." Rihanna let out a sigh. "William tells me I analyze everything to death." She smiled. "Not that it's a crime, that sort of murder. And I am interested in assisting you. Call your commander," she invited. "I'll wait and see if clearance is forthcoming. Then we can go over details." "I appreciate it." Eve removed her communicator, turned away, and requested display only. It took longer, and was, she felt, less effective. The coding through of information and request. How could you add your instincts, your determination to a display? But she did her best, and waited. "Whitney, what the hell are you trying to do, Dallas? Override Mira?" "Eve, I want another opinion, Commander. It's well within procedure. I'm pursuing all angles. If I'm unable to convince the PA to charge Jess with coercion to self-terminate, I don't want the lesser charges to slide. I need verification of intent to harm." It was pushing it, and she knew it. Eve waited with a knotted stomach while Whitney mulled over his decision. "Just give me the opening," she thought. "He needs his ears pinned back. He needs to pay." "Whitney, you're cleared to proceed on my authorization, Lieutenant. This better not be a waste of budget. We both know Mira's report will weigh heavily." "Eve, understood and appreciated. Dr. Ott's report will give Barrow's lawyer a headache, if nothing else. I'm currently working on detailing connection between suspect and victims. Results will be available by 900 hours. Whitney, be damn sure of it. My butt is now swinging with yours. Whitney out." Eve let out a long, quiet breath. She'd bought a little more time, and that was all, she admitted to herself, she was after. With time, she could dig deeper. If Rourke and Feeney couldn't pull out data, there was no one, off or on planet, who could. Jess would pay, but murder would go unavenged. She closed her eyes a moment, and that was where she stood, avenging the dead. She opened her eyes again, wanting to align herself before she relayed the details to Rihanna. That's when she saw it, in black and white, there on the computer monitor. Matthias Drew, logged as autofile. Matthias Drew, logged as banger. Matthias Drew, logged as holodeck. Her heartbeat jerked, but her hand was steady as a rock as she switched her communicator from off to open, signaling to Peabody and Feeney on Code 1. Backup required. Respond immediately to transmission source. She pocketed the card, turned. "The commander okayed the consult." Reluctantly. "I'm going to need results, Rihanna." "You'll get them." Rihanna sipped her brandy, then shifted her gaze to the sleek little unit on her desk. "Your heart rate just spiked, Eve, and your adrenaline level rose dramatically." She angled her head. "Oh, dear," she murmured, and lifted her sparkling hand. It held an official NYPSD stunner. That's a problem. Several floors above, Rourke scanned the new data on Matthias, hummed over it. Now we're getting somewhere, he thought. He switched back to auto and tuned into the data on the new VR unit. Wasn't it odd, he thought, and interesting, that some of the components on Jess Barrow's magic console so closely mirrored the components of his new unit? Then he swore softly when his inner office link buzzed. "I don't want interruptions." "I'm sorry, sir. There's a Mavis Freestone here. She claims you'll see her." He switched the second computer to auto, blocked both audio and video. "Let her in, Cairo. And you can log out for the day. I won't need you anymore." "Thank you. I'll bring her back directly." Rourke frowned to himself, idly picked up the VR unit Rihanna had left him to try out. A few adjustments, he mused. Improved for the next release. It was loaded with subliminal options and could explain the coincidence of similarity. Still, he didn't care for it. He began to consider a possible leak in his R&D division. He wondered just what William had come up with as alterations for the second manufacturing run, and tucked a disk into his alternate unit. It wouldn't hurt to run the data while he saw just what Mavis had on her mind. His machine beeped acceptance, began to upload as his door opened. Mavis whirled in like a freak storm. "It's my fault, all my fault, and I don't know what to do." Rourke came around the desk, took Mavis's hands, and sent an understanding look at his baffled assistant. "Go on home. I'll deal with this. Oh, and leave the security open for my wife, please. Sit down, Mavis." He steered her to a chair. "Take a breath." Reading her accurately, he patted her head. "And don't cry. What's all your fault?" "Jess, he used me to get to you. Dallas said it wasn't my fault, but I've thought about it, and it is." She gave one long, heroic sniffle. "I've got this." She held up a disc. "And this is?" "I don't know. Maybe evidence. You take it." "Okay." He nipped the disc out of her hand as she waved wildly. "Why haven't you given it to Eve?" "I would. I was going to. I thought she was here. I don't think I'm supposed to have it. I didn't even tell Leonardo about it. I'm a terrible person," she finished. Hysterical women had come his way before. Rourke slipped the disc into his pocket, walked over, and ordered a tall soother of the milder variety. "Here, drink this. What sort of evidence do you think this is, Mavis?" "I don't know." "You don't hate me, do you?" "Darling, I adore you. Drink it down." "Really?" She gulped obediently. "I really like you, Rourke. And not just because you're rolling in credits or anything. It's good that you are, 'cause poor sucks, right?" "It does indeed." "But either way, you make her so happy. She doesn't even know how happy because she's never been, you know?" "Yes. 3 slow, quiet breaths now. Ready? 1. "Okay." She took them, very seriously, her eyes on his. "You're good at this, calming people down. I bet she doesn't let you do it for her much." "No, she doesn't. Or she doesn't know it when I do." He smiled. "We know her, don't we, Mavis?" "We love her." "I'm so sorry." Tears came, but they were soothing and soft. "I figured it out after I ran the disc I gave you. At least I figured out some of it. It's a copy of the laydown from my video. I ran it off on the sly. I wanted it for posterity, you know, but there's a memo after it." She looked down at her hands. "This is the first time I played it, the first time I heard it all. He gave a copy to Dallas, but he made notes after this version about—" She broke off, lifted suddenly dry eyes. "I want you to hurt him for this. I want you to hurt him really bad. Play it, from where I've cued it." Rourke said nothing, but he rose and slid the disc into his entertainment unit. The screen filled with light, with music, then the volume and intensity lowered as a background for Jess's voice. "I'm not sure what the results will be. One day I'll find the key to tapping in at the source. For now, I can only speculate. The suggestion is to the memory, the reenactment of trauma. Something's at the core of those shadows on Dallas's mind, something fascinating. What will she dream tonight after playing the disc? How long will it be before I can seduce her to share it all with me? What secrets does she hide? It's such fun to wonder. I'm just waiting for the chance to tap into Rourke's darker side. Oh, he has one, so close to the surface you can almost see it. Thinking of them together, with just the animal in control, gives me such a rush. I can't think of 2 more fascinating subjects for this project. God bless Mavis for opening the door. Within 6 months, I'll know these 2 so well, anticipate their reaction so clearly, I'll be able to lead them right where I want them. Then there's no limit. Fame, fortune, adulation. I'll be the goddamn father of virtual pleasure." Rourke remained silent as the disc ran out. He didn't remove it, certain his fingers would crush it like powder. "I've already hurt him," he said at length. "But not enough. Not nearly enough." He turned to Mavis. She'd risen and stood, small as a fairy, her slip-shouldered dress of pink gauze somehow valiant. "You aren't responsible for this," Rourke told her. "Maybe that's true. I have to work that out. But I know he wouldn't have gotten that close to her or you without me. Will that help keep him in a cage? I think he'll hear the lock turn and wait a long time before he hears it open again. You'll leave it with me? Yeah, and I'll get out of your hair now. You're always welcome here. Her mouth quirked. If it wasn't for Dallas, you'd have run like hell in the opposite direction the first time you saw me. He came to her, kissed her firmly on that crooked mouth. That would have been my mistake, and my loss. I'll call a car for you. You don't have to. A car will be waiting for you at the front entrance. She rubbed a hand under her nose. One of those mag limos? Absolutely. He walked her to the door, closed it thoughtfully behind her. The disc would be enough, he hoped, to drive another nail in Jess, but it still didn't point to murder. He went back, ordered both of his machines to display on screen. Sitting behind his desk, he picked up the VR goggles and studied the data. Eve lowered her gaze to the stunner. From her angle, she couldn't be sure which setting was clicked. A sudden move, she knew, could result in anything from mild discomfort and partial paralysis to death. It's illegal for a civilian to own or operate that weapon, she said coolly. I don't believe that's particularly relevant under the circumstances. Take yours out, Eve, slowly and by the fingertips. Then set it on the desk. I don't want to hurt you, Rihanna added, when Eve made no move to obey. I never have. Not really. But I'll do whatever's necessary. Keeping her eyes on Rihanna's, Eve reached slowly for her sidearm. And don't think about trying to use it. I don't have this on max, but it is on a very high setting. You won't have use of your extremities for days, and though the possible brain damage isn't necessarily permanent, it is very inconvenient. Eve knew very well what the stunner could do, and she took out her weapon carefully, laid it on the corner of the desk. You'll have to kill me, Rihanna. But you'll have to do it face-to-face, in person. It won't be like the others. I'm going to try to avoid that. A short, painless, even enjoyable session on VR, and we can adjust your memory and direct your target. You're well aimed at Jess, Eve. Why don't we just keep it that way? Why did you kill those 4 people, Rihanna? They killed themselves, Eve. You were right there when Cerise Devane jumped off that building. One has to believe what one sees with one's own eyes. She sighed. Or most do. You're not most, are you? Why did you kill them? I merely encouraged them to end their lives in a certain manner at a certain time. And why? Rihanna shrugged her lovely shoulders. Why, because I could. She smiled beautifully and gave her bell tinkle of a laugh. Chapter 20. It wouldn't take long, Eve calculated, for Peabody or Feeney to home in on her signal. She just needed time, and she had a feeling Rihanna would provide it. Some egos, like some people, fed on regular admiration. Rihanna fit on both levels. Did you work with Jess? That amateur? Rihanna tossed her hair at the idea. He's a piano player. Not that he doesn't have a certain talent for basic engineering, but he lacks vision. And guts, she added, with a slow feline smile. Women are so much more courageous and more vicious than men, all in all. Don't you agree? No. I think courage and viciousness have no gender. Well, disappointed, Rihanna pursed her lips briefly. In any case, I corresponded with him briefly a couple of years ago. We exchanged ideas, theories. The anonymity of underground e-services are handy. I enjoyed his pontificating, and was able to flatter him into sharing some of his technical progress. But I was well ahead of him. Frankly, I never thought he'd get as far as he apparently has. Simple mood expanding, I imagine, with some direct suggestion. She cocked her head. Close enough? You went farther. Oh, leagues! Why don't you sit down, Eve? We'd both be more comfortable. I'm more comfortable on my feet. As you like, but a few steps back if you don't mind. She gestured with the stunner. I wouldn't want you to try for your weapon. I'd have to use this, and I'd hate to lose such a good audience. Eve took a step back. She thought of Rourke, several floors above. He wouldn't come down to seek her out. At least she didn't have that concern. If anything, he'd call down if he locked onto something. So he was safe, and she could stall. "You're a medical doctor," Eve pointed out. "A psychiatrist. You've spent years studying to help the human condition. Why take lives, Rhianna, when you're trained to save them?" "Branded at conception, perhaps." She smiled. "Oh, you don't like that theory. You'd have used it to push your case, but you don't like it. You don't know where you came from or from what." She saw Eve's eyes flicker and nodded, pleased. "I studied all available data on Eve Dallas as soon as I learned Rourke was involved with you. I'm very attached to Rourke. Once toyed with the idea of making our all-too-brief liaison into something more permanent." "He dumped you?" The smile froze as the insult hit target. "That's beneath you. Such a petty female hit." "No, he didn't. We simply drifted in opposite directions. I had intended to drift back, let's say, eventually. So I was intrigued when he took such an avid interest in a cop of all things. Not his usual taste, certainly not his usual style, but you are interesting. More so after I accessed data on you." She made herself comfortable on the arm of the relaxation chair. The weapon stayed aimed and steady. The young, abused child found in a Dallas alley. Broken, battered, confused. No memory of how she'd gotten there, who'd beat her, raped her, abandoned her. A blank. I found that fascinating. No past, no parents, no hint of what made her. I'm going to enjoy studying you. You won't get your hands in my head. Oh, but I will. You'll even suggest it yourself once you take a trip or two on the unit I've made just for you. I really hate that I'm going to have to see to it that you forget everything we discuss here. You have such a keen mind, such a strong energy. But it will give us a chance to work together. As fond as I am of William, he's so short-sighted." "How involved is he?" "He has no idea. The first test I ran on the doctored unit was on William. Quite a success, and it made things so much easier. I could direct him to adjust each unit I wanted. He's quicker, more adept electronically than I. He actually helped me refine the design and personalize the one I sent to Senator Purley." "Why?" "Another test. He was very vocal about the misuse of subliminals. He enjoyed games, as I'm sure you've discovered, but he continually pushed for regulations. Censorship, if you ask me. He stuck his nose into pornography, consenting adult dual controls, commercial advertising, and its use of suggestion, all manner of things. I thought of him as my sacrificial lamb." "How did you gain access to his brain pattern?" "William. He's very clever. It took him several weeks of intense work, but he managed to hack through security." She angled her head, enjoying the moment. "At the top level of NYPSD as well. He injected a virus there, just to keep your EDD men occupied." "And that's where you accessed my pattern?" "Indeed it is. He has a soft heart, my William. It would pain him horribly to know he had a vital part in coercion." "But you used him. You made him part of it. And it doesn't pain you at all." "No, it doesn't. William made it all possible. And if not him, there would have been another." "He loves you. You can see it." "Oh, please." It made her laugh. "He's a puppy. All men are when it comes to an attractive female form. They simply sit up and beg. That's amusing, occasionally irritating, and always useful." Intrigued, she touched her tongue to her top lip. "Don't tell me you haven't used your basic female advantage on Rourke." "We don't use each other." "You're missing a simple advantage." But Rhianna flicked it away. "The esteemed Dr. Mira would label me a sociopath with violent tendencies and a driving need for control, a pathological liar with an unhealthy, even dangerous fascination with death." Eve waited a beat. "And would you agree with that analysis, Dr. Ott?" "Yes, indeed. My mother self-terminated when I was 6. My father never got over it. He turned me over to my grandparents and wandered off to heal. I don't believe he ever did. But I saw my mother's face after she'd taken the lethal handful of pills. She looked quite beautiful and very happy. So why shouldn't death taken be an enjoyable experience? Try it, Eve suggested, and see. Then she smiled. I'll help you. One day, perhaps, after I've completed my study. We're laboratory rats, then. Not toys, not games, but experiments. Droids for dissecting. Yes. Young Drew. I regretted that, because he was young and had potential. I'd consulted with him, rashly I see now, when William and I were working on the Olympus resort. He fell in love with me. So young. I was flattered, and William's very tolerant of outside distractions. He just knew too much, so you sent him a modified unit and told him to hang himself. Basically. It wouldn't have been necessary, but he didn't want to let the relationship die. It meant he had to. Before he lost that glaze infatuation puts over a man's eyes and looked too closely. You stripped your victims, Eve added. The final humiliation? No. Rhianna appeared shocked and insulted by the idea. Not at all. Basic symbolism. We're born naked, and naked we die. We complete the circle. Drew died happy. They all did. No suffering, no pain at all. Joy, in fact. I'm not a monster, Eve. I'm a scientist. No, you're a monster, Rhianna. And these days, society puts their monsters in a cage and keeps them there. You won't be happy in a cage. It won't happen. Jess will pay. You'll fight to put him there after my report tomorrow. And if you can't make the coercion charges stick, you'll always believe he was responsible. And when there are others, I'll be very select, very careful, and I'll see to it that each subject self-terminates well out of your range. You won't be bothered by it again. You arranged for 2 in my range. A sickness churned in her stomach. To get my attention. In part, I did want to watch you at work. Watch you closely, step by step, just to see if you were as good as reported. You detested Fitzhugh, and I thought, why not do my new friend Eve a little favor? He was a pompous ass, an irritant to society, and a very poor game player. I wanted his death to be bloody. He preferred blood games, you know. I never met him in person, but matched with him in cyberspace now and again. A poor loser. He had family, Eve managed, like Pearlie, Matthias, and Cerise Devane. Oh, life goes on. She waved a dismissing hand. All will adjust. That's human nature. And as for Cerise, she was no more maternal than an alley cat. It was all ambition with her. She bored me senseless. The most entertainment she ever provided was dying on camera. What a smile! They all smiled. That was my little joke. And my gift to them. The final suggestion. Die. It's so beautiful. It's amusing and so joyful. Die and experience the pleasure. They died experiencing the pleasure. They died with a frozen smile and a burn on the brain. Rhianna's brows drew together. What do you mean, a burn? Where the hell was her backup, Eve thought. How much longer could she stall? You didn't know about that? Your little experiment has a slight defect, Rhianna. It burns a hole in the frontal lobe, leaves what we could call a shadow, or a fingerprint. Your fingerprint. That's nothing. But she worried her lip as she considered it. The intensity of the subliminal could cause that, I suppose. It has to get in, firmly, to bypass the instinctive resistance, the knee-jerk survival instinct. We'll have to work on that, see what can be adjusted. Annoyance shadowed her eyes. William will have to do better. I don't like flaws. Your experiment's full of them. You have to control William to continue. How many times have you used the system on him, Rhianna? Would continued use expand that burn? I wonder what kind of damage it could cause. It can be fixed. She tapped the fingers of her free hand on her thigh, distracted. He'll fix it. I'll do a new scan on him, study the flaw, if he has one. Repair it. Oh, he'll have one. Eve stepped closer, judging the distance, the risk. They all had one. And if you can't repair Williams, you'll probably have to terminate him. You couldn't risk that flaw becoming larger, causing uncontrolled behavior. Could you? No. I'll look into this immediately. Tonight. It may already be too late. Rihanna's eyes snapped back. Adjustments can be made. Will be made. I haven't come this far, accomplished this much, to accept any sort of failure. And yet to succeed fully, you'll have to control me, and I won't make it easy. I already have your brain pattern, Rihanna reminded her. I've already implemented your program. It's going to be very easy. I'll surprise you, Eve promised. And Rourke. You can't manufacture without him, and he'll find out. Do you expect to control him as well? That will be a particular pleasure. I did have to adjust the time schedule. I'd hoped to enjoy him first. A little trip, you might say, down memory lane. Rourke's so creative in bed. We haven't taken time to compare those notes, but I'm sure you'll agree. It put Eve's teeth on edge, but she spoke coolly. Using your toy for sexual gratification, Dr. Ott? How unscientific. And what fun! I'm not the master William is, but I do enjoy a good creative game. And that's how you met all your victims. So far. Through the loops and the underground. Games can be relaxing and entertaining, and both William and I agreed that processing input from players would help us develop more creative options for the new VR. She fluffed at her hair. Not that anyone had in mind what I was creating. Her gaze shifted to the monitor, frowned over the data being transmitted from Rourke's office. He was processing the VR specs now, she noted. But you've already got Rourke digging, not just on young Drew, but on the unit itself. I wasn't happy about that, but there are always ways around inconveniences. Her smile tilted up at the corners. Rourke isn't as necessary as you believe. Who do you suppose will own all of this if something happened to him? She laughed again, pure delight, as Eve stared blankly. Why, you will, darling. It will all be yours, in your control, and therefore mine. Don't worry, I won't let you stay a widow long. We'll find someone for you. I'll choose him personally. Terror froze her blood, iced her muscles, closed frigidly around her heart. You made a unit for him. Just completed this afternoon. I wonder if he's tested it yet. Rourke is so efficient and so personally interested in all of his holdings. She shot a stream at Eve's feet, anticipating her. Don't! I'll just stun you, and this will take longer. I'll kill you with my own hands. Eve forced air in and out of her lungs, ordered herself to think. I swear it. In his office, Rourke frowned over the data he'd converted. Something's missing, he thought. What am I missing? He rubbed the strain out of his eyes, sat back. He needed a break, he decided. Clear the mind, rest the eyes. Picking up the VR unit on his desk, he turned it over in his hands. You won't chance it. If you do, I stun you, and you'll never get to him in time. There's always the hope you can stop it, save him. Her smile spread again, derisively. You see, I understand you, Eve, perfectly. Do you? Eve asked, and instead of lunging forward, leaped back. Lights out, she shouted, snatching for her weapon as the room pitched into darkness. She felt the slight sting as Rihanna's aim wavered, skimmed her shoulder. Then she was down, blocked by the desk and gritting her teeth against the pain. She'd rolled fast, but not well, and had come down hard on her bad knee. I'm better at this than you, Eve said calmly, but the fingers in her right hand tingled and shook, forcing her to switch the weapon to her left. You're the amateur here. Ditch the weapon, and I might not kill you. Kill me? Rihanna's voice was a hiss. You've got too much cop programmed into you. Maximum force only when all other methods fail. Near the door, Eve told herself, holding her breath, training her ears. To the right of it. There's no one here but you and me. Who's to know? Too much conscience. Don't forget I know you. I've been in your head. You wouldn't be able to live with it. Moving closer to the door. That's it. Keep going. Just a little more. Try to get out, you bitch, and I'll drop you like a piece of spoiled meat. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll just cripple you. Weapon gripped, Eve bellied around the desk. The door opened, but instead of Rihanna rushing out, William started in. Rihanna, what are you doing in the dark? Even as Eve leaped to her feet, Rihanna's finger twitched on the weapon, sending William's nervous system jittering. Oh, William, for God's sake! It was disgust rather than distress. As he started to topple, Rihanna ducked under him and threw herself at Eve. Her nails scraped viciously across Eve's breasts as both women crashed to the floor. She knew where to aim. She'd tended every bump and bruise on Eve's body, and now battered at them, twisted, jabbed. A knee rammed against that tender hip. A balled fist slammed into the wrenched knee. Blind with pain, Eve shot out an elbow, heard the satisfying crunch of cartilage as it connected with Rihanna's nose. Rihanna screamed, a high female sound, and dug in with her teeth. Bitch! Sinking to the same level, Eve grabbed a handful of hair and yanked. Then, slightly ashamed of the lapse, she jammed her weapon under Rihanna's chin. Breathe too hard, and I'll put you out. Lights on! She was panting, bloody, her body singing with pain. She hoped there would be satisfaction later at seeing her opponent's beautiful face bruised, smeared with blood that continued to stream out of her broken nose. But for now, there was too much fear. I'm putting you out anyway. No, you won't. Rihanna's voice was steely calm, and her lips curved into a wide, brilliant smile. I will, she said, and twisted the wrist of the weapon hand Eve pinned until the point rested against the side of her neck. I hate cages. And smiling, she fired. Jesus! Jesus Christ! She scrambled up while Rihanna's body still shuddered, shoved William over, snatched out his pocket link. He was breathing, but she didn't much give a damn. She started to run. Answer me! You answer me! She shouted at the link as she fumbled it on. Rourke, she ordered, main office. Answer me, goddammit! Then she bit back a scream as the transmission refused to go through. Line currently in use. Please wait or retry momentarily. Bypass, you son of a bitch! How do you bypass with this thing? She increased her pace to a limping gallop, not even aware she was weeping. Footsteps pounded toward her in the breezeway, but she didn't even pause. Dallas, holy God! Back there! She raced past Feeney, barely heard his frantic questions through the roaring sea of terror in her head. Back there! Peabody with me! Hurry! She hit the elevator, pounded on the call control. Hurry! Hurry! Dallas, what's happened? Peabody touched her shoulder, was jerked off. You're bleeding, Lieutenant. What's the status? Rourke, oh, God, please! Tears were streaming, scalding her, blinding her. Panic sweat flooded out of her pores, soaking her skin. She's killing him! She's going to kill him! In reaction, Peabody pulled her weapon as they rushed through the opening doors of the elevator. Top floor, east wing, Eve shouted. Now, now, now! She all but threw the link at Peabody. Get this fucker to bypass! It's damaged. It's been dropped or something. Who's got Rourke? Rihanna. She's dead as Moses, but she's killing him. She couldn't breathe. Couldn't. Her lungs wouldn't hold air. We'll stop him. Whatever she told him to do to himself, we'll stop him. She turned wild eyes on Peabody. She's not taking him. We'll stop him. Peabody was through the doors with her before they fully opened. Eve was still faster. Even injured, she gained speed through terror. She wrenched at the door, cursed security, and slammed her hand down on the palm plate. She all but ran over him as he stepped to the threshold. Rourke! She burrowed into him, would have climbed inside him if she could. Oh, God, you're all right. You're alive. What's happened to you? He tightened his grip on her as she shuddered, but she was jerking back, grabbing his face in her hands, staring into his eyes. Look at me. Did you use it? Did you test the VR unit? No. Eve, Peabody, drop him if he moves wrong. Call the MTs. We're taking him in for a brain scan. The hell you are, but go ahead and call them, Peabody. She's going to the health center this time if I have to knock her unconscious. Eve stepped back, fighting for breath as she carefully measured him. She couldn't feel her legs. Wondered why she could still stand upright. You didn't use it. I said I didn't. He pushed a hand through his hair. It's aimed at me, this time, is it? I should have seen it. He turned away, glanced over his shoulder as Eve lifted her weapon. Oh, put that damn thing down. I'm not suicidal. I'm pissed. She slipped it right by me. It just started to click 5 minutes ago. Mind Doctor, he elaborated. That's the name she used in her game playing. She's still using it, still playing. Matthias had dozens of transmissions to her in the year before he died, and I took a close look at the data report on the unit, the one they just gave me, and the stats from the files. They hadn't buried those deeply enough. She knew you'd find it. That's why she... Eve broke off, sucked in air that she could hear whistle eerily in her swimming head. That's why she personalized the unit for you. I might have gotten around to testing it if I hadn't been interrupted. He thought of Mavis, nearly smiled. I doubt Ree put much effort into altering data. She knew I trusted her and William. It wasn't William, not voluntarily. He only nodded, looked at her ruined shirt, the bright red splashes. Did she bloody you? It's mostly hers, she hoped. She didn't want to be taken in. Eve blew out a breath. She's dead, Rourke. Self-terminated. I couldn't stop her. Maybe I didn't want to. She told me, the unit, your unit... Her breath was wheezing again, hitching, skipping. I didn't think I'd be in time. I couldn't make the link work, and I couldn't get here. She didn't hear Peabody close the door to give her privacy. She didn't care about privacy. She only continued to stare, blind now, and shudder. I couldn't, she said again. I stalled her. All that time I was stalling her, building my case, and you could have been... Eve. He came to her, gathered her close. I'm not. And you did get here. I won't leave you. He pressed his lips to her hair when she buried her face against his shoulder. It's over now. She knew she'd replay that endless run, the panic and the helpless grief 1,000 times in her dreams. It's not. There'll be a full investigation. Not just of Rihanna, but of your company, the people who worked with her on the project. I can stand it. He tipped her head back. The company's clean. I promise. I won't cause you any official embarrassment, Lieutenant, by being arrested. She took the handkerchief he pressed into her hand, blew her nose. Be hell for my career, being married to a con. Be easy on that account. Why did she do it? Because she could. That's what she said. She enjoyed the power, the control. Briskly, she rubbed her cheeks dry with the heels of her hands that were nearly steady now. She had big plans for me. The shudder was hard, but brief. Kind of a pet, I imagine. Like William, her little trained dog. And with you dead, she figured I'd inherit all your goodies. You're not going to do that to me, are you? What, die? Leave me all this stuff? He laughed, kissed her. Only you would be annoyed by that. He brushed her hair back from her face. She had a unit for you. Yeah, we didn't get around to testing it out. Feeney's down there now. I'd better let him know what happened. We'll have to go down. She disengaged the link, which is why I was on my way to you when you jumped me. I was worried when I couldn't get through. It's tough, she touched his face. Caring? I can live with it. You'll want to go into the station, I imagine, to clean this up tonight. It's procedure. I've got a corpse, and 4 deaths to close. I'll take you, after you've been to the health center. I'm not going to the health center. Yes, you are. Peabody rapped on the door, opened it. Excuse me, the MTs are here. They need to be cleared through security. I'll take care of it. Have them meet us in Dr. Ott's office. Would you, Peabody? They can examine Eve there before I take her in for full treatment. I said I'm not going in for treatment. I heard you. He pressed a control on his desk. Clear the medics through, please. Peabody, are you carrying restraints? They're standard issue. I wonder if you might loan them to me so I can restrain your lieutenant until I deliver her to the nearest medical facility. Just try it, pal, and we'll see who needs a doctor. Peabody gnawed manfully on the inside of her cheek. A smirk at the moment wouldn't please her lieutenant. I sympathize with your problem, Rourke, but am unable to comply. I need the job. Never mind, Peabody. He scooped an arm around Eve's waist, taking her weight as she limped toward the door. I'm sure I can find a substitute. I've got a report to file, work to finish. I've got a dead body to transport. Eve scowled at him as he called for the elevator. I don't have time for an exam. I heard you, he repeated, and simply picked her up bodily and carried her into the elevator. Peabody, tell those MTs to come armed. She's liable to make a run for it. Put me down, you idiot! I'm not going! She was laughing as the doors closed on them.
We hope that you have enjoyed our presentation of Rapture in Death by J.D. Robb. Copyright 1996 by Nora Roberts. Read by Susan Erickson.